Good time zone. And a happy birthday to all of those around the world. The last song that I was on the queue was when I started the stream was apparently the last song, so didn't realize that, so apologies for the utter silence. Today we are going to continue reading weapon files and anything else if we finish those. Nice chill day before Arknights gets an event. I do need to look up where I left off, but I can do that real quick. We also had the version live stream over the weekend. And I was wrong, but a little bit. I think we were all wrong, really. They're only releasing one character this time. Instead of the two expected characters. Although they did announce that Mifu would be coming out eventually, so. But I guess that's not a bad thing. They, like, you know, eases up the monetary investment. Plus, they're doing a rerun of Levitine, so I probably could can get Levitine and fill out my roster completely. And the new vampire. They did get a vampire. But I'm more interested in the fact that they casually announced a new Farenmut proxy. Who the heck is that girl? Can't just casually be like, and we got a vampire and also a Farenmut proxy. My first thought was it'd be really, like, who could it be, right? My first thought was like, oh, not like my first thought, but I had the thought that it would be, yes, I would be like, oh, it'd be really cool if it was Sami, but they look like a lung, so I don't see why it would be Sami. So, like, did the Soe split again? Is this a new one? Like, I don't know. Can I find a picture of them to really study them? It's not a great picture, but I'm pretty interested in Zhuang, though. I knew she's going to be an electric character, but I wasn't sure how she was going to fit in with my electric team. But they showcased two teams with her in the gameplay, one of which was a replacement instead of having Gilberta. So I was like, oh, okay, I can do that, yeah. Gilbert is used already on every other team, so I could replace her and just have a full electric team. Can I get a bigger picture of this? Apparently not. Yeah, so they've got horns that are pretty lungish, I feel like. And so they don't really give to me Sami vibes. So was there a better? Let me see if I'm gonna pull up the video. Whoops. That was loud. So I think the video had an animation of like more of a full body shot. Yeah, kind of. Plus the animation has like Hungshin stuff going on, so. We actually have this. This is interesting. I could get it to fit on my screen. There we go. Farenmut's Heart Marker Stone Farenmut Proxy. Does that mean they are the proxy of the Marker Stone? Did the Marker Stone create them? Yeah, she's got a dragon tail. She's definitely long style, so. Guess we'll find out. Was not expecting that one though. Also wasn't expecting contingency contract. Man, when that showed up. I have to worry about it in 2 games now. I wonder how it's gonna work in this one. I guess not much different than Umbral Monument, except you choose the modifiers yourself. But it's probably just a couple waves of enemies that you fight. We talked about it similar when Umbral Monument had come out, and we were like, is this going to be like CC? Evidently not. Now we have real CC. I still don't know if they will or could realistically limit like character selection. We'll see. I hope there's lobby music. I know there's not really lobbies in this. There is like event pages. But I mean, you know, how can we hope to not go absolutely insane if there's not uplifting lobby music? I think the only other thing, unless I'm probably forgetting something, the other thing I had my thoughts on were the next update is already adding another tier of armor, and that's kind of crazy. That we're like every update just seems to be adding a new armor tier and a new mineral that you have to use for it, and I'm not sure how I feel about that. Guess they want you to do something, and the only things we can really make, I guess, is armor or consumables. So but they also could just add the old stuff to make it more efficient instead of adding new stuff. And like, you know, we still don't have a lot of cuprium, you know, and still don't, you know, now we're gonna have like a little, just tiny bits of a bunch of stuff. Part of factory making games is efficiency, right? So making things more and more efficient. They are adding like a more efficient like pipage and more efficient crucible, which I'm not sure how that's going to work because the output still looked like it was only 2, but you can make more stuff in it. I'm not sure how that's going to work. But like also just having more resources to have more efficient production lines and to like make more of the same thing. Or, you know, making parts that require the old stuff instead of just having new parts that require new stuff. You could have new parts that require old stuff as well. We'll see. I guess it depends also on how long we're staying in Wuling. and if that stuff will be carried over into new areas. A lot of questions in that regard. And tell me, Fu. Yeah, at least until Mifu. I just hope we get a bit of throughput on the factories so that it's not just, okay, and we're in a new region and everything is new and there's no like carryover at all. A bit more interconnectivity, I think. Maybe not always, but a little bit. Speaking of more efficient production lines, though, I did update my factory so I could make cuprium armor parts. It's a little less insane, but it's still a bit insane. There's also an interesting conundrum with cuprium production and battery production, in that you need sewage, but the only way to get sewage is burning cuprium. But if you're maxed out on cuprium, you're no longer burning it and no longer making sewage. At some point, our factories will fail. Unless there's something I'm missing. But at some point, like once we leave Wuling and definitely no longer need anything, potentially, the factory will just fail at some point. Kabam.
Sorry.
I warned you before.
Your automated industry complex.
The incident has been logged. Just be glad that nobody was hurt.
So, quick point of order.
Seems like fate brought you right to me.
I've been working on a Rosie team. I've decided to go with Pogronechnik, Gilberta, and Perlica instead of Wolfguard. Perlica's electrification actually is a good debuff to increase damage, so seems pretty fun. I'm using when she's on this team, Perlica is using the Stanza of Memories, I think it's called. Bogdanishnik is using Thermite Cutter. I don't have his other weapon or any other good weapon for him. I also have no weapon for Rosie because I'm out of I'm out of arsenal tokens. Surprise, surprise, and I didn't get anything from it. Partly my fault for trying to split between trying to get Rosie's and Tong Tong's weapon and getting neither of them. Guess I should have just focused on one. So I got neither of them, and so now I have no weapon for Rosie or no weapon for Tong Tong. I actually do think you can also use Tong Tong on a Rosie team, and that seems fun as well. And I was going to give that a try if I had a weapon. I also did see some teams for a physical team with Li Feng, which I would try if I had a weapon for him. I have no good weapons. I was lucky I had so many stanzas of memories. I had like 6 of them. I have nothing else.
Original will carve a path for us.
I do have Rosie wearing
It's time to hunt.
M1 security armor with also some extra gloves.
It's time to eat.
Hog is wearing just a random assortment of stuff because apparently he has no set that actually works for him. Which is kind of crazy. So I spend a lot of time looking at what armor actually can help, and I settled on a M1 security T2, some Lynx slabs, and hot work gloves, which adds some arts intensity, which is good for his breaching, adds some main attributes, which is good. Yeah, there's not really any good set. There's like some people can run a frontier set, but it's not that great. So a lot of people are just like, yeah, just like choose stuff that gives them good stats. Or you can like focus all on arts intensity if you want. So I mixed a little bit of both. That's the point of order for my team. I might have to utilize Rosie's battle pass weapon at this point. I might have to. I haven't used any of those yet. I might have to open those boxes and get them. Or I just waste all my stuff pulling for Rosie again and then hoping to get the weapon after that. I don't know. I wish I could like buy tokens or something from the store or something. Converting Orangeite Prime isn't even that. It's not a good conversion rate. You barely get any for it. So, a small update to the factory. I have a 4th Skyforge, so I put it down here. I extended this bus area. For a 4th Skyforge, I had to make another farming complex, which also let me redesign my crucibles to be a little more not as crazy production line with all the piping. The piping's a little more reasonable. Also used a conduit to carry over water. Cup rim's still the same. The gearing, the cup rim gearing's in the other base, so I just, because I'm not making the Yazin syringes are all maxed out, so I just pulled the production line over to make the gearing unit instead. I also moved the main hub upwards so I would have more space for everything. but nothing too crazy. Do basic rolls? I mean, I could. It's the same price, isn't it? And at least the Rousey stuff will give me a free 10 pull on the other banner. I'm one ticket away from a free 10 pull in the basic. I've used up all of my possible tickets though. I don't have any other source of tickets. Just need one more. Tong Tong's talking on messages, huh? I've been filling out trust on everyone. Slow and steady. If we get through all the weapons today, that will definitely be, we'll read some of the ones who are maxed out. I don't think there's been any new Nexus files, so. Dark Mask, you there? I found a treasure map in the village storeroom. It looks like some kind of treasure our ancestors left behind. I'm gonna go dig it up. Whatever you find, we split it 50-50. You're too good to me, Chief. You actually thought of me first when there's treasure? This map's all tattered and ancient. Got a huge X mark near the ancestral spring of it. Not a treasure map. What else could it be? You treat me right, so of course I'm gonna look out for you. Just wait for your share. Any writing on it? Got two little figures drawn in here. There's ears and this is a feline. Why are our ancestors so bad at drawing? Whoa, there really is writing here. Good thing I listened to you and learned a little. Wait, what's this? Don't know it. Tong, that's my name. Why is your name on it? Yikes, I remember now. I drew the map myself. One day those splatterers broke into the stockade. The grown-ups chased them off, but I was scared they'd come back and steal my treasure, so I grabbed a crate and got Mad Woman to help me hide all the treasure inside. It said we'd dig it up when Chingbo stockade was safe again. Got all excited for nothing. Don't you want it back? Sounds pretty meaningful. It's been so many years I don't even remember what's in it anymore. Besides, I can't be bothered to dig up Mad Woman's stuff. Let it rot in the ground for all I care. Hey, you got one of those metal boxes that shreds paper into pieces with a ding? Let me borrow it. Never mind, probably can't figure it out anyway. I'll just tear it up myself. What if there really is something good in there? Plus, there's your memories. Would be a shame to lose them. Nah, not this one. Next time I'll find something good. I'll give it to you for real. Hasn't been any character messages or anything that have been interesting, really, in terms of lore. Just little, you know, nothing like Li Feng being a fan of slugs, you know. Okay, where did I leave off on weapons? Let me look that up. Okay, we got to aspirant. Looks like we got to aspirant. Nope, we got to Edge of Lightness. Snuck one in at the end. So we are on Fin Chaser 3.0. I have to make sure I don't double up on stuff. I see that there's another cohesive here, but I already read cohesive up there. Fin Chaser 3.0. Do I read it again? Here we go. I'm the boss, Quill. Your brother finally caught the kingfin of the seas. Look, does it shine like you remembered? Back when our Lothar was still around, we caught every fin of the oceans. Our luck ended on that stormy night. Little Bertha was the first to open it from his position atop the mast. It was just as the legend says, a great fin wholly clad in shiny golden scales. I thought this was the only catch we need to plant our names in the Telosian history of great anglers. I ignored the advice of your good brother Lynx and steered Lothar right into the storm. Ugh, I'll tell you the truth. I still regret everything I did that day. I was a stubborn old fool. The Goldfin wrecked our Lothar and got little Bertha on a wheelchair. Lynx never talked to me again. But I refused to admit defeat. I am Spencer, the prime angler. I refuse to let anyone else catch the golden fin, or kingfin, and make my crew a joke. Its golden sheen was the only thing I saw whenever I closed my eyes. Catch the shiny mega thin, and I'll win back everything I lost. But you were the only one who believed me, you empty-headed, light-brained idiot. Why would you trust an old bastard like me? Why did you take out the TGCC bank loan and get me a new ship? You should have followed the others and quit. You wasted the 2 best years of your life and joined my mad chase for that ephemeral golden shimmers. We almost caught it during the stormy night, but you paid for my insanity with your life. You probably wouldn't know what happened afterwards. Big gassy Talos damned me with survival, and I never went out to sea again. Until last week, that is. The thunders woke me from my dreams, and I saw that golden glow shimmering through the gaps in my door. I opened it and saw the kingfin in my fin bowl. But how? That little flipper was just a common tropical rainbow your sister-in-law bought from an aquarium. I asked an ex-Wooster to give it a test. Turned out it's just a common tropical rainbow. The legendary golden shimmers are just mutated fatty tissue, given off when the fat gets illuminated by lightning. So what can I say, cool? Your brother finally caught the fin, but it was the bait, and I was the fin. A fin swimming in the seas of nothingness, baited by the lure, called obsession. Alright, so, classic white whale story. Still, like, is this actually a fishing pole, but also a sword? Or what's up with that? I don't know. Why are there fishing pole swords? OBJ Razorhorn. He had imagined his reunion with Ludson Walker countless times. Maybe Mr. Walker could be hired as a military consultant for some new Rankwood war movie and receive both respect and questions from the movie crew. Maybe Mr. Walker could appear before the Library of Moropolis as a representative of the Order of Steel Oath and talk about the Oathkeeper's life with young UW crewmates. Maybe. There were countless possibilities, all of them fitting for his fellow Oathkeepers. The rising star of the Order, and the glorious soldier who always fought at the very front. But the actual reunion was the complete opposite. He saw the man who resembled Ludson on a coach to La Fantoma. Ludson carried an electric guitar on his back. He sighed at a poster for the Obsidian Festival as though he counted a major problem. Perhaps he misread the coach schedules. To ensure he only mistook another person for an old comrade, he approached the middle-aged man and performed a standard salute, hoping to get or see what the hell or friggin' nutcase from the old man. Unfortunately, his hopes were dashed when the man's face transformed to be a joyous surprise and shouted out his name. "Bucky, is that you?" The middle-aged man who resembled Ludson happened to be Ludson himself. He counted the number of people throughout Talos 2 who would call him Bucky. That number was no more than 5. Geesh. How many years has it passed since we last met? Ludson looked seriously engaged in the continuing and sighed heavily when he arrived at the figures. Close to 20 years. Time really does fly. Bucky nodded, and before he could think of a proper response, Ludson continued his nostalgia. You're the one in our banner who always talked about getting discharged. I even made a bet with Vincent and friends if you'd be the first to pack and scamper home. I lost the entire thing, Vincent, that sorry sod was the first to quit. What? Why? Bucky could not help but interrupt. What happened to the saying, I'd only leave my life upon the fields of war? Even the most experienced hero and veteran did not make it to the last. Ludson became silent, his smile suddenly frozen on his face. The middle-aged man who gripped the music festival poster in his hands only continued to speak after a pause. I never thought you'd be the first to ask me that question. Even the Castellan stayed silent when I submitted my discharge papers. But if you really want an explanation, I gotta say, I found myself started getting into fights. I started to fear recon missions in the exclusion zones beyond the Aurora. The endless horde of buggers that grew tougher by the day began to scare me. I don't want to face them anymore. I felt it. I felt the virtue of courage slipping away from my body, and I couldn't find any ways to keep it within me. There will come a day when I grow too weak to even hold on to that. And since I couldn't hold on to my guts and balls, I might as well say my goodbyes in an honorable fashion. Voluntary discharge was my way. I don't want to wake up shaking like a spineless deserter, pissing myself in a cave after running away from a rock bugger I can't beat. But what's this? Why are you carrying an electric guitar? With that question, 46-year-old Ludson Walker gave his signature smile of radiance that he always wore 20 years ago. This? Oh, it's a wonderful weapon that I found myself pretty good at. It still sputters occasionally, but it works for me and my comrades. My toy and my bandmates are pretty accommodating. When I'm not a guitarist for a third-rate heavy metal band you've never heard of, I can still think about which of these guitar strings I can use to strangle a bugger lord and twist its blighted head off. I do want to see more about the Steel Oath. So it's a normal, I guess, sort of. I mean, I think they are independent military force, but you can leave it. It's not like a oath for life or anything. I thought maybe it could have been. It's not. You can just sign up and leave. Oh, I guess maybe they recruit from anyone. Seeker of Dark Lung. Still couldn't match the test data? The researcher's assistant's head was bowed as he felt his mentor's judgmental gaze fall heavily upon him. The gaze was quickly followed by an even heavier sigh. Oh, Ziyun, help me with my memories. Was it 3 years ago when I made you the RA of the Sheernite Power Conversion Project? The RA nodded and gave more details in a low voice. Yes, 3 years, 4 months, and 8 days. Then what about your senior in the lab next door? And then there's Ming Shu, who's also working on Sharonite. Heard anything about their research progress? Yeah, I did. I'm afraid I've got nothing much left to say. Perhaps you can consider your next steps. I'm still your mentor, so I'll gladly reserve a recommendation for a project transfer. The hour was already late when the RA left the research building. The last classes had ended and he could see groups of young apprentices along the streets. The RA took the usual way to Fengxing Avenue. He turned at the second corner and took around 7 to 8 steps before arriving at the tiny noodle stall. Braised meat noodles, no scallions. The RA took his usual place and ordered his usual noodles. And as usual, the stall owner served a bowl of noodles without a word. I can't believe no scallions? Come on. The RA took a bite and frowned. The noodle was too tough and the meat too greasy. The flavors changed. What happened? Did you hire another chef? The stall owner glanced and smiled. He responded a rare occasion at that. Boy, everything is in this stall, from the noodles to the toppings, are made by me, and I made that bowl from yesterday as well. Perhaps it wasn't my noodles, it was you who changed. And if you are no longer interested in noodles, why bother coming at all? The RA remained silent and then shook his head. You don't understand, sir. I spent 3 years on one thing. I kept at it for 3 whole years. They may have drew the curtains on it. Should be probably drawn the curtains. They may have drawn the curtains on it. But I'm not going to miss any steps of the process. Plus, the noodles from yesterday were better. Ha! You're a real stubborn kid, you know that? You just couldn't give up, so you tried finding issues with the noodles. The RA gave a bitter smile and chose not to continue the argument. Maybe I couldn't give it up. But what could I do? The other RAs made significant progress in just a few months. They ventured in the dragon's lair and found its pearl. As for me, I'm still stuck at the same place after slogging at a single project for 3 years. I better switch to another project before it gets any worse. The RA did not care if the stall owner understood how research works. He unloaded his pent-up bitterness and complaints that he dared not mention to his mentor or fellow RAs. The stall owner stopped smiling and looked at him with a serious expression on his face. So you want to quit because you couldn't find the pearl? Aye. The RA was speechless and could not respond to the question. You look like a material scientist. Do you remember how many sets of experimental data you've gathered in these 3 years? How many alternatives you tried, and the number of references you compiled? I think I did 353 runs, 172 material alternatives, 561 papers. No, wait. 562, including the latest. He remembered the figures with some difficulty, but listing them suddenly gave him a sense of relief. Impressive, that's a lot of data right there. I'd say you've created quite the treasure. The results might be important, but the lessons learned along the way are just as vital as well. The RA was a little taken back by these words and exclaimed these words rather thoughtfully. I've been a Tianshe disciple for nearly 8 years, but it was your simple words that helped me realize something so simple. Thank you very much, sir. The stall owner shook his hands and looked as though he recalled something from the past. His gaze looked into the great distance. That's enough flattery, lad. Nobody likes that here. I just feel bad when I see a fine youth such as yourself think it's the end of the world, especially when it's obvious that there are many wonderful years ahead of you. My disciples are different. They actually did run into a solid wall, but still they persisted on charging through and carving out their own path. A smile suddenly creased across the stall owner's face, but it quickly disappeared like the hot, steaming fumes given off by freshly served noodles. The luck wasn't on their side. 10 years ago, those cheeky brats had the gall to tell me, we'll submit the graduation theses. Once we seal that rift, sir, none of those blighted little punks ever came back. 10 years ago? What are you talking about? Wait, you can't be that... I'll end this story now. Just some sad, stupid tale from a stupid time. Hey kid, stop gawking at me and finish your noodles, damn your eyes. If the noodles drinking all this soup and get soggy, you'll know. Former mentor of Tiansha back during the disaster. You know, there's a lot of story in this game about Tiansha students not knowing what they want to do with their lives, which I guess is like pretty relatable for students who don't know what they want to do with their life. But this is like the 4th time they've talked about that. Opus the Living. The Sancta navigated through the battlefield and stopped by a severely injured Wooster crewmate. She stooped over and made a cursory check of the wounds. The crewmate was unlikely to survive until the arrival of a qualified medic. May you find eternal rest. Aeternum habeas requiem. The Sancta held his hands and prayed that the poor soul may find peace. How many like him had she found? 30 or 300? The Sancta tried to remember as she held the hands that were already growing cold. She felt the rocks and dirt move behind her and drew her hand cannon at once. An Algolos with a flickering halo above its head. The Sancta slowly approached the paralyzed Algolos. It was no longer a threat. Half its body was already pulverized by the artillery of the Workers' Guard. She had a question that she knew could not be explained by things she saw in this place. Ever since the Cabal of Tranquility activated its nomadic monastery upon Talos II. Oh, they have nomadic monasteries still. Okay. That's cool. And ever since the Sancta witnessed the first Agalos, they were destined to seek the answers on our own, for none could ever respond to that question. I'm glad we're talking about this, actually. Even if this is not going to give us any answers. I'm glad it's being at least hinted at. By the graces of the law, lead me to the journey home. Every Sancta of the Cabal knew how to sing this anthem. They sang the song as they bathed in the gazes of the saints and crossed the cosmic gate. They sang the same song when they traversed the ruins scattered across the world of Talos II. She still remembered the story that Abbess Vranta said during morning prayer. During ancient times that predated the oldest annals, the Tikas who sought the Lord's protection became the Sancta, and during the time when the Lord left the temple, the first saint revealed her Tikas form to the Sancta. But this story only filled her with confusion. If the halo was the Lord's exclusive gift to the Sancta, and only the Sancta, then what about the host of lifeless yet inanimate constructs called the Agaloi of Talos II? Where did their halos come from? Or rather, who was the one that made you? Sancta gripped her gun tightly. No one could answer her question. The only thing that felt real was the weapon in her hand. Soon the final anchor disappeared from the horizon. The steam whistle of victory echoed throughout the battle lines. Once again, the Wooster pioneers pushed deeper into the frontier. This was the moment when the civilization band finds another secure footing in the desolate lands. While those around her cheered, the Sancta placed both her hands on the head of the dying Algolos. She thought she had felt something pulse within the supposedly unfeeling abomination, but the feeling quickly gave way to empty silence. The Lord may have blessed the Sancta with their halos, but this blessing may have been granted to others. She kept thinking about what this might mean until faith once again filled her heart. It was at this moment, and at this very place, that the Sancta from the Cabal must perform another mass for the departed. No matter where you are from, may you finally find eternal rest. Aeternum habeas requiem. The rocks cracked and disintegrated as dust leaked through the gaps between the Sancta's fingers. The flickering halo finally dissipated into the air. I'm glad that this is a little story for those who are willing to dig through the weapons and find this, and those who know like that this is a question that should be asked. We haven't like Sancta. There's been no Sancta. Well, I guess Ember's actually a Sancta. I wonder if Ember's archive has anything about this. Is she with the Steel Oath? I think she is. Yeah, she's with the Steel Oath. She's not with the Cabal. But Ember hasn't actually even shown up, so all the other Sancta have just been background models. Presumably, and seemingly, you don't... Sancta aren't affected by killing Agalos. Although I don't know if that's even a thing anymore with the law being gone, technically. Is Fallen Sancta even a thing anymore? We did get a little reference to the Masses Travels, which is cool. And nomadic monasteries are still a thing. Maybe we'll see one of those. That'd be cool. That was a neat one. And Manaihi. Or Manaiha. Or something like that. A classic Tiansha apparatus. Your graduation exam takes place tomorrow, my dear. What did I say? They love talking about Tiansha schooling. Your graduation exam takes place tomorrow, my dear. The importance of this review can't be overestimated, or overemphasized, rather, as the results will determine the job you'll be assigned with. I hope to drive you to your exam, but my blank tide monitoring job got in the way. I believe you've already made all the essential preparations, but I must highlight the difficult challenge posed by the Orangenium Arts Precision Assessment. This is where most candidates fail, but you must succeed if you wish to join the Yinglong Special Task Force. For this assessment, you'll be using an arts unit that the Hongshan Swordmancer specifically developed for Wuling. This unit includes Sharonite components whose circuitries change with the material. Wielding it would put your focus and all your senses to the test. You probably know all this by now. Youths of your age are calling this art unit as Manaiha, and I can't help but agree. You won't find another arts unit capable of eliciting more helpless frustration and anger from this wielder, a nickname even caught up with grown-ups like us. Okay, so this is an actual word. I guess. Yeah, Monaiha. Reading of this. If this is the right word, you know, it could be different depending on like the tone is a different one. Who knows? Verb to have no way out. Noun, historical noun, a kind of weapon used in fire attacks. Impossible for the enemy to defend. That's interesting. I'm afraid I can't tell you more about this puzzle box of an arts unit, just to keep the assessment fair. Nevertheless, I have complete faith in you. Remember the wooden block puzzles I bought you when you were a child? They kept you busy for a while, but you always found a way to take them apart. Manaiha is the same thing. Overcome it like how you overcame those lock puzzles. Focus on the challenge and enjoy the process. Good luck out there. I have to keep checking, make sure I'm not overlapping. Fort Maker. Fort Maker is a weapon I could have used on Bugun on the Nick, but Thermite Cutter's still better. One of the weapons made by Fort Forge Fan, or Forge Fane, which I assume is an Steel Oath place. The mountain of a man laid against the wreck of the trailer truck. Blood oozed from the gaps in his heavy armor. The man did not move. His unwavering gaze stared at the north. You never expected to be defeated, right? Jareth coughed and spat. He wiped the bloody bubbles of spit from his lips with a muddied sleeve and approached the huge figure. The shattered remains of a dead Agaloy surrounded him. Jareth picked up the man's broken weapon and tossed it aside to make room for a seat. We were headed south. We were headed towards the blasted south. Nobody knew we were going south until we started down the road. Jareth toyed at the pen in his hand. Without ink, it was little more than an empty tube. I don't know what to write. How should I report this? Ugh. I should probably get the hell out of this place. The supplies on the trailer truck were completely destroyed. One of the ropes for securing the cargo crates dangled next to Jareth. You should have been the one who survived. You're the hero of the army. You're the only one who could see this through. The only one... I'm a journalist. How would I write about this crushing defeat? They'll murder my career for robbing the glory of this magnificent battle. Jareth buried his face in his hands and howled in agony. He did not stop shaking since the fight began. After quite a while, he finally stood up and felt that the northern breeze brushing against him. There was this story. The hero's name was finally recited in an epic paean. I think that's how that... I've seen that word like once a million years ago. Wow. In an epic paean, his deeds glorified and enshrined by the lines, there is no such thing as a silent, ignominious death. I'm going home, he mumbled to himself as he cast everything aside. He threw away his memories, career, and responsibilities at this very site right next to the suit of heavy armor. I'm going home. And thus he left a trail of footprints as he trudged towards a certain direction. He was indeed going home. I wonder what the incentives are for signing up with the Order. Because most of these stories about them have just been how utterly hellish it is to fight up there, and most of them are all dying. You must get paid well or promise something. Could also be the case of, well, you get food and a place to live, and not everyone has that all the time. Sundering steel. Which is a pretty goofy sword, to be honest. I know who you are. I know where you came from. Something got caught in my throat there. I know who you are. I know where you came from. You're one of them. You must be. I see the forged fire in your eyes. You stood vigils over the smelting furnaces for years. You came to the south because you could no longer face the Agaloid nightmares. But you feared of being called a deserter. That is why you changed your name and joined us at an arsenal as an arsenal engineer. You found this simpler life at Enfield worth living. You helped fellow Enfielders survive their battles. They are grateful and praised the weapons you designed. Your work was balanced and operated smoothly. Your designs incorporated years of actual combat experience. You read Enfield science and research, and it probably made you think about things. If the fort had these technologies, you might have stayed at that place. Despite your reputation as a cranky old man, the girl likes you a lot. You always had a story to tell, stories that our parents never talked about. Stories about heroes, how they lived, how they fought without a care of their lives, and how they were sacrifices went unsung and unremembered. You even learned a thing or two from her, right? This seamless design feature would be an oddity at the place where you once served. That is why you hesitated when the girl asked you to teach her how to swing a sword. At first you thought of your dashing, youthful years, fencing skills would help the girl better protect herself, but your mind changed. The girl had the entire Enfield arsenal as well as loving parents to support her. She did not need to know about fencing. You then convinced yourself that the girl need no instructions from a deserter, an ex-butcher who broke his oaths. The old road had been abandoned for years. No one should take it anymore. It calls for no one and needs none. Thus you applied for divisional transfer. You wanted to leave the arsenal and force yourself back to field service. You believe you should be able to stomach the front lines of Enfield Industries. Please not look at me like I'm some sort of sarcasm, mind floggers. And no, I wasn't using any mind-reading instruments. I do have a message for you. Supervisor Perlica will not oppose any decision you make, but please, don't make the girl sad. Okay. Shout out to Sarkaz Jal, still have a reputation about them apparently. Actually, I think I got Wedge recently, so we'll need to read Wedge. I'll have to check if any of these... I think Wedge is new since the last time we did this. Not sure if Sundering Prince is or not. I'll have to check. We'll just continue down the list for now, though. Chimeric Justice. Want to listen to a story? It's real simple, and I'll explain why. I insist on busting my way out of this hospital with this worn, rusty Enfield-made lance with bits of dried blood stuck within the cracks of its shaft in my hands. You gotta trust me. Once you hear my tale, you'll understand my perspective and stop treating me like a lunatic with a freakish fetish for the spear. You might even decide to release me from this jacket and wheelchair. And I swear it's a simple story, promise. 4 years ago, or 1,522 days, to be precise, 6 Valley 4 security officers on a mission to rescue a family trapped in the wilderness ran into an agloid ambush. There were 10 of them, 10 blasted buggerloids with zero sympathies for the living. The conclusion was simple. You probably guessed it right. Only 2 lived to see the next sunrise. Yeah, just the 2 of them. The strongest officer no longer had a weapon. He was surrounded by the corpses of his entire team. The man stood before a crying child and stared down at a badly damaged buggerloid. Its deadly appendages were shattered, but the beast of rock could still charge and crush both the man and the babe with its bulk. The officer thought hard. What could he do? He was without a weapon. But the officer quickly found a solution, thanks to Enfield Industries. Enfield lances featured field-fitting modular components, so he took the spearhead from his captain, salvaged the essence module from Blank's hand, acquired a third of the shaft from Redacted's broken bones, pulled out the second part of the shaft from Redacted's back, and pried out the final part of the shaft from his wife's very skull. The officer emerged victorious with his new weapon. He took the child to Valley 4 and the lance was passed on to... Hold on. Why do you look as though you just figured something out? Am I the survivor? Is that why I've named this weapon Chimeric Justice? Was I that child? Am I doing my best to repay the acts of heroism? No, you've got it all wrong. Take a good look at this lance. Standard Enfield product. Good, now take a look at me. I had nothing to do with the story. I came into this world as a sickly runt with many broken parts. But my retina, my heart, my blood, and every fiber of my being are crying out. Listen to the howling souls that sacrifice themselves for humanity to survive. I refuse to sit and rot at this place. My destiny is to become the true Chimeric Justice. Okay. So the guy quickly built his weapon back up. That's impressive, honestly. Is Chimeric Justice going to be a superhero? I also don't know, since I leveled up Stanza Memorials, not Memories. That might... I'm not sure if I got to that one or not, because now it's higher level, so it's higher up on the list. I'll have to check. Prominent Edge. Don't worry, what you see is what you get. Twin edges, a rather thick ridge, and center of gravity near the holding end towards the grip. Crossguard is slightly curved, but it might be too small for the novice. Go on, hold it. This is a single-handed weapon. Tighten your grip. Keep your wrists supple enough for movement. Now stand before the dummy. Swing and strike with your entire body. Make an ascending hue from above the shoulder to the other side of the chest. Repeat the motion. So you want to fight like the Inman, and you're afraid you'll never succeed? Don't get that idea in your head. What you see is what you get. What you see is what you get. Yeah, there's no purples up there, okay. Fluorescent rock. We found this piece of rock on an unnamed peak, and your dad exhausted himself 3 times trying to dig it out. Don't worry, he's fine. Old man just needed more exercise. We saw your arts unit design drawings and felt really impressed. The white metal will make wonderful eyes for the unit. Hope you're doing well, sweetheart. We'll see you back at Dijon soon. We met an ingenious designer at the TGCC and paid quite a steep price for his flagship designs from Raytheon Industries. This was meant to be your birthday present, but we spent all our money during the auction and got in quite a bit of trouble for that. Our return to Dijon will be slightly delayed, but we'll be there to celebrate your birthday. Hope everything's well, sweetheart. And don't forget to give our kindest regards to Supervisor Perlica. We met Uncle Simeon and saw the hand cannons you designed at Valley 4. It was so incredibly touching, but your old man spoiled the moment by ignoring me and stealing one of them without observing the proper protocol. I had to submit an application for him afterwards and wonder if you could apologize to Supervisor Perlica on his behalf. The bold design of the hand cannon is, as well as your little innovation in the etched ammo. Okay, they used etched ammo. Took me by surprise. Something happened at Valley 4 before we arrived, and your dad didn't contact me for hours after he ran off into the wildlands on his own. Don't worry. We'll be back on board the ship to celebrate your birthday, sweetheart. By Talos, your hand cannon is a work of wonder. I contacted my old friends from working at Hongshan Swordmancer. They agreed to support your latest ideas, listen to your ma, and stop those insane overtime. And don't forget to exercise, listen to Supervisor Perlica, and help her achieve her grand vision. Hopefully you'll be a little taller when we see you next time aboard the Dijon. Okay, so the hand cannons do use etched ammo, but they're just called hand cannons, not to be confused with, as we've found out in Terra A Journey, the Inquisitor hand cannons that do not use etched ammo. They just call them hand cannons in Enfield. For some reason. But they are not. They are just normal firearms. They are not actual hand cannons. Don't know why that lore was mostly about hand cannons when this is an arts unit and not a hand cannon, but whatever. Hypernova Auto. Talos will become an incredible city, Pa and Mom said. Andre Zlota Reed will be a good apprentice, learn the chores, and attend a proper trade school. Once you're a big owl... Oh wait, Andre? his last name is Zlota Reed. Interesting. Be a good apprentice, learn the chores, and attend a proper trade school. Once you're a big owl, you gotta leave this tiny village. Find a job at the largest banned city of Talos 2. Start a family and enjoy your happy, cozy life. Talos, Andre read his textbook, is the gas giant that Talos 2 orbits around. During the few years when the cosmic gate was still open, the famous scientist Ferdinand Clooney calculated the mass of the planet, as well as the orbital radius of Talos 2. The star pod is seemingly absent on Talos 2, allowing astronomers to create star maps far more extensive than those they made by studying the skies of Terra. Dude, Clooney actually visited Talos. That's awesome. Which also gives us a bit of a timeline. If Clooney was able to visit Talos too, then the Stargate actually has to open pretty soon. Unless he's a super old man, I guess. But even then. It had to have been in his lifetime. The stars are pretty close, but the cosmic gate has already closed, Andre's mentor told him. If you want to learn something more besides applied or engineering sciences, you can attend the astrologer's salon in the academy. Divination is not the salon's only focus. They're also interested in astronomy, scientific astronomy, that is. But I think your interest in the stars goes beyond observations and records, Andre. You want to build a star, right? What? The stars are beyond your reach. The dealers and proxies of violence are always an arrogant lot. No, the stars are in my hand, Andre answered. Gentlemen, allow me to introduce the very first arts unit prototype that I've designed for Enfield Industries. The arts unit perched on his shoulder, leaped into the air, and gave off a burst of light so bright that it resembled a hypernova in the deepest recesses of space. So he made this one. Wow. Also, are hypernovas a thing? I guess so. I guess they're maybe even crazier than a supernova. So Andre likes space. I mean, who doesn't, really? Ferdinand Clooney visited Talos. He's not just famous because he's a smart scientist. Quencher. I know what you're thinking, Flackies. Why buy Talos is this old feline so cold and unreasonable? Why would he send fresh meat with barely 2 weeks of training to kill some buggerloids? Because I ordered it. The old blightery I want to hear from your pie-holes are, "Sir, yes sir, do you friggin' understand?" Or do I have to emphasize this once more? I am your drill instructor. I am the smelter and the quencher. My job description has but one line, and that is to hammer this idea into your empty heads. Fighting buggerloids isn't the same as make-believe Saturday afternoon tea with Miss Applecrumbs. I don't care if you hate me, because sooner or later you'll appreciate my Cut. I got back to my senses and I knew I messed up the same line again. Director Luther rushed over to my face lividly. He pointed at my nose and roared, "Mr. Hudson, did a bird and beast stomp on your mouth? You have flopped 3 attempts for this simple line. If you fail to deliver this properly one more time, I want you to instantly remove your majestically clumsy turd maker out of my studio." That's kind of crazy. I mean, I feel like at that point, you would just have the new line be the canon line in the movie, right? I mean, that happens a lot. The actors, like, edit lines and stuff. That happens. I returned to the lounge. Dinnick, my agent, was frowning. "Lucas, what were you thinking? I thought you're a top graduate from the new Rankwood Academy of Performing Arts." I remained silent and took out the script that was already filled with my personal notes. I drew a circle around the name Guy Chirar. An officer serving the Order of Steel Oath and the character I was supposed to play. Guy Chirar is an Oathkeeper known for his incorruptibility and sense of justice. In the prequel of this movie, he's a benevolent instructor who would stand up for his recruits when they are mistreated and question his superiors when they give unreasonable orders. But what's happening here? A guy has turned into a conceited, self-centered jerk who treats recruits as expendables beneath himself and underperforming youths as subhuman trash. What are you trying to say? Nick did not seem impressed. In fact, he seemed disinterested in my opinions. I sighed. I tried to convey my ideas as truthfully and formally as I could to the man who once called himself my biggest fan. I'm trying to say that this script has serious issues with the portrayal of this character. We already have an Iron Banner trilogy. The key character of its sequel shouldn't be handled in the same crude manner. Guy is also supposed to convey the image of an Oathkeeper in the story. Maybe we shouldn't... Come on, Lucas. Let's ease off the sentimentalities already. We're not studying in drama school anymore. Dinnick interrupted me out of frustration. He then looked at me with that sour look on his face, a look I knew very well but never expected him to show. He had a clear view of this entire thing. This isn't acting 101. You're not in school. All that stuff on the character portrayal and script quality is none of your concern. We have the director, the script writers, and producers in charge of that. And that stuff about the image of the Oathkeepers, don't you know how many recruits we're getting them within this series? I don't see anyone objecting to this. Look around you. New Rankwood doesn't need any actors who can't find his proper role. You must sort out this nonsense quickly, and please, try to deliver this scene perfectly. I looked at Dinnick. The things he said were irrefutable. He was making plenty of sense. And I was also fresh out of drama school with hardly any say on important things. The Wooster city of Triglava was the furthest place I had been to. I only saw Oathkeepers on screen in its posters. None of the Agaloy, Northern Fortresses, and Oathkeeper spirit had anything to do with me once I took off my costume. Wouldn't that be the truth? Okay, so Triglava is actually a Wooster city. It's not a... Have they called it Free City in the past? I don't remember. They've talked about it. I don't remember if they called it a Free City or not, but this one's saying it's a Wooster city. Which maybe those are the same thing. I don't know. But it is a Durin city, which means the Durins are part of the UWST. That's interesting. But they told me they found a retired Oathkeeper to check on the accuracy of the costume. It is even made out of the same fabrics of an actual officer's uniform, and they embellished it with the conspicuous Expeditioner's medal. I could not help but feel something seething deep within me. And thus I raised my head and calmly faced my first and final agent. I'm sorry, Dinnick, I suppose you're right. This place probably doesn't have a proper role for me, and that is why I'm no longer fit as the local rendition of Guy Churar. Take care. And with that, I left my agent, the termination agreement, and a fine at the lounge. Then I left the studio on my own. 2 weeks later, having settled all of my affairs and packing my personal belongings, I went to the largest long-distance coach station of New Rankwood and bought a ticket to the north. What happened next? I came to this place and completed an application for enlisting in the Order. After several rounds of testing and training, I finally earned my place to stand before you, sir. Wow. That's a neat little story. Industry 0.1. Though this wasn't the first time they talked about band or scavs, I never really saw one myself. People can't really appreciate how difficult life could be out there, on Talos too. Band cities and neighborhoods must work closely together to survive. Yet many banders chose to leave the city, to live as a nomad or prospector in the frontiers. I myself wasn't too surprised by this. These people had lost too much. I interviewed around a dozen refugees last week from a disaster-stricken neighborhood that ran out of food. They had no other choice. However, there are also some who refuse to live in a world of law, or were simply sociopaths. These individuals preferred a life filled with constant violence and danger. Regardless of their intents, no band or nomads could truly give up the touch of civilization. Also, last week I saw them craft weapons with a scavenged machine tool. I was extremely curious how they managed to get their hands on a working lathe. The answer was simple. They got lucky with a scavenging run through a Bandar City dump site. These landfills provide for their every need. Turned out that the Bandar Scav was a pretty accurate name for these people. If you're reading this, tell that little Bandar journalist to stop stalking me. People who complain about sleeping bags do not belong in the wildlands. She should get back to her cushy Bandar place and stick to being a celebrity tabloid writer. So there are people who live out in the who are like nomadic, who aren't, I guess, Hannibit or Landbreaker. I guess, we have like the Chingbo, which are also a similar vibe, but aren't either of those things. So this weapon does not feel. This weapon's design feels a little wacky as well. Long road. I do like that there is an aesthetic based on the factions, right? That you can actually tell with the weapons. All the Steel Oath have this like red, black, and like kind of not gold, maybe more of like a bronze or something. And so you can look at it and immediately know this is a weapon created by the Steel Oath, right? You can do the same with Hongshin and stuff. Very cool, I like that. That there is a consistency in weapon design styles based on who makes it is a really nice bit of detailing. I think I need to retire. There is nothing to be had on this world. Did we make any great findings after 10 years and nearly 30 major excavation attempts? No. We found only engines of war that the Earthseam were forced to abandon in the Great Rift Valley, and the ruins of automated pastures given up to the hosts of Agaloy and the never-ending Blight. These discoveries were little more than rotting crates of our mundane past. The true history of Talos II would be the ruins left behind by our ancestors. And I unearthed 3 of these sites. All were empty. We found no bodies, no sources of power, and no machineries. There was nothing. Nothing but shards of metal. They did give off a light that I could peer into. I saw fuzzy images of our ancestors who lived eons ago. I saw them smile. Smiles looked genuine. Our ancestors looked happy. None of our discoveries revealed what happened before us. In fact, our very own past remains shrouded. Talos II continues to hide behind the obscuring veil. A song seeker of the Hannibit Circuit told me their very first Aldertone caught a glimpse of the world's shadowy past in the frozen ice fields. This tiny glimpse scared her with a monumental terror greater than Talos itself. I told this to an Oathkeeper friend of mine. She replied with her own tale. Whenever she stood atop the Order Fortress walls and gazed into the thick dark clouds that smothered the northern skies, she could feel the planet's shadow lurking behind it. This shadow would briefly retreat whenever she stepped onto the battlefield. Be strong, do not think too much about it. Those were her words when she gave me her hand cannons. Fine, I'm putting off the retirement. I'm heading out there again. I want to know about this first Aldertone. That's very interesting. Okay. Also, they did find some ruins of the predecessors then, because there was a Nexus file that said the opposite. That like there were no ruins, pretty much. But this is contradicting that, it seems. I would have to look at that other one again and maybe recontextualize what it's saying. I don't remember what it was called though. Howling Guard, which is a Mishko. I don't see a lot of those guys, but this is one of them. Regarding the feasibility of using alloy as cost-effective tools. Awesome. I have fully reflected upon my last letter when I proposed to treat the alloy as potential clients, to which you correctly criticized as an act of misguided error on my part. However, my core philosophy has remained the same. We should not treat the alloy purely as an enemy, and our studies on their other potential roles and or uses should continue. Firstly, there is no evidence suggesting that all alloy are under the control of anchors or the great nemesis in the north. A significant number of alloy may have exhibited destructive behaviors, but their actions were not governed by any logic and we failed to discern any higher objectives thereof. Thus, the alloyed modus operandi can be safely considered as part of their natural instincts, and our own natural instinct is to take inspiration from various creatures. And I know the alloy aren't beasts, and invent things that benefit human civilization. Much has been achieved throughout the last century, the same century during which we strove to build a strong foundation upon Talos II. However, we hardly made any progress in our understanding of the alloy. The only thing we elicited was displeasure from the Sancta who felt themselves offended by how we decided to name these creatures. Our lack of knowledge about the alloy is a travesty. I beg you to acknowledge the importance of my pursuit and offer a grant large enough to continue my research. Awesome. Also, a little detail I did not think about. The fact that they are called angels. How did the Sancta feel about that? Well, apparently. Some of them, at least, were extremely offended. And that's fair. You know what? It's pretty fair. That being said, my team, which comprises my son, successfully captured a small alloy specimen in the wildlands. It was slightly smaller than an oranginium slug and resembled a claw beast pup. Perhaps you think I would attempt to domesticate it, but this was not my intent. If that were possible, someone would have done it during the last 100 years. My objective was to identify parts of the creature that could be of use to us. Instead of physical or mechanical connections, the academic consensus believes that there exists some form of an energy or magnetic field between the alloyed tagmata and the joints of their 4 and sometimes 8 segmented appendages. Field researchers had already provided witness reports of the alloy activating these fields. Perhaps the working principles of this alloyed articular spatial field can be used in actual applications. Attaching alloyed components to 2 articulating parts of a robotic servo arm may provide the machinery with a ready and endless source of power. With that in mind, I came up with an ingenious invention at my own residence, alloyed auto nutcracker. I fashioned this particular device by attaching small excised parts of an allolos onto a makeshift ram and base made from cast metal. Placing a walnut on the base and contracting the alloyed articular spatial field generated sufficient force to crush the walnut. I believe similar setups can be applied to other applications, so long as we find alloyed components of the right size and shape. Attached are detailed blueprints and instructions of the alloyed auto nutcracker. I certainly hope to hear from you soon. Incredible. We already read Fluorescent Rock. Already read Hypernova. Wave Tide, which is also a Mishko. So the Mishko stuff is blue. They like the blue color, it seems. Somewhere in the wildlands, a convoy of heavy caravans switched off their engines and parked before the roadblock. The wind-stirred dust raked against the windows as the dull booms of explosions and things hitting the ground reverberated. A young trucker lowered the window and poked his head out. "Blasted weather. Looks like it's gonna rain again. And do we have more buggerloids up ahead? This is our 3rd encounter this month." An older trucker got out of the cab. The oranginium device of his caravan was already attempting to clean the windshield of dust. The redistribution post has dispatched an emergency team. See these engineering vehicles? The crew is already clearing the rubble off the road. Hey, mate. You look like a real veteran. Seen any special buggers? The young trucker asked curiously. The old man lit a cigarette. Saw one of the nearby outposts 10 years ago. That blasted buggeroid was bigger than a caravan. I also witnessed a fellow trucker scampering into the cab. Did he make it? Well, that oversized bugger followed but couldn't hold its grip, rolled off the caravan container and got crushed by 50 tons of raw orange ore. Sounds like a real stupid bugger. Man, that trucker got super lucky. People told me that there were rocky crawlies all over this place back then. It was way worse back then. The old trucker blew a smoke ring into the air. This highway didn't exist, and there were no RD posts nor sport teams from the TGCC. It was a time when local towns and villages, no matter the size, would fight each other or breakers over tinned provisions. That got the young trucker interested. Half of his body was almost out of his cab. Fighting breaker clans over a few tins. Damn. All I see are just crafters selling their wares and stuff nowadays. I haven't seen people from years. That was how we founded the Chamber of Commerce. The entire venture started with a dozen or so very experienced truckers. My mentor was among the chamber founders. The old trucker smiled. See that infield installation? It ran out of food 10 years ago. We took the risk, forced our way through the breaker turf, delivered the food. That was my first time behind a caravan wheel. I bet they were super grateful about the food. Not really. They mopped the floor. They mopped the floor with the band of breakers who tried to raid them. The infielders looted the breakers' rations, and they kept them going for a while. The sound of explosions got closer, and the rubble began cascading off the slopes of the hill in the far north, or in the far distance, rather. The truckers waited patiently for the passage. The RD kept talking about business conformance. The young trucker got back into his cab and took out a huge bar of chocolate. He tore off a piece and threw it at another trucker who waited by his caravan. Route reviews are okay, just a tiny waste of time. And now they're even slapping a uniform price on Origo fueling, and the price is friggin' X. These guys are siphoning our T-creds. Another trucker, taking a walk, overheard the conversation and decided to join in. Say what you want, but things would still be much better if we didn't have to pay TGCC its cut. And who's gonna mint the T-creds? Who's gonna take our freelancing truckers like us? The veteran trucker smiled as he puffed another smoke ring. Also, it's hard to know who's talking. Oh? And don't forget the extra crispy drumsticks from Caravan Express or decently priced fueling stops when the TGCC disappears. The young trucker was at a loss for words. He finally shook his hands and returned to his cabin. Meh. You can't even take a joke about the cartel. They heard another explosion, this time closer than before. The TGCC is all about big business nowadays, the trucker added after his momentary hesitation. Heard about some company trying to monopolize Origo fuel supplies. The veteran trucker looked at the smoke in the distance. Monopolies, the last one was who ignored the accord and tried to do that, got a generous serving of jail time, courtesy of the GCC joint session. Speaking of which, trading the key resources will always be controlled, but they're doing it for the Northern Front. I had made plenty of deliveries to that place. Those trips were really hairy. Oh, the North, right? I actually squished a bugger with my truck. A few workers at the front of the caravan suddenly carried the roadblock away. A raspy noise blared out of the Orangenium radios. Road section cleared. Roll along and keep your distance. You were going to Valley 4, right? I guess this is where we part ways, the young trucker roared as loud as he could. Are you tired of me already? I'm heading to Wuling too. The old trucker strapped it into his seat and checked his rear view mirror. We're far from parting ways. The hell, old boy? Are you following me or something? You take me as a sucker? I'm gonna load up on food at Wuling, drop them at Valley Ford, and get some more Ingenium ore for Yersh, and then haul a container full of craftwork to La Fantoma. The truckers continued their crude banter, started their engines, and got back onto the never-ending caravans. Fun. Prominent Edge, Red, Agaloy, Slayer, okay. Again, it's red, so you can tell that it is Order Steel. Also, I guess that's their symbols, like these little zigzags. I specifically focus on the needs of our rank and file during this frontline review. The life of every Oathbreaker, no matter the rank, is invaluable to the Order. The fall of any Oathkeeper, no matter their skill in arms, is a grievous loss for the defense of this civilization. The host of Agaloy is a unique form of existence. Though the host has no combat techniques or strategies to speak of, it also feels no pain or fear. The host never retreats and simply keeps fighting until the last Agalos is slain. Extended Agaloid crusades often dull the minds and senses of Order soldiers. The Oathkeepers do not detest the killing. No, they simply realize that the host of Agaloid could crush entire mountains with their weight of numbers alone. I humbly propose to arm our common soldiery with lances and spears. These ancient weapons will find new purpose in the Agaloid Crusades. The length of the weapons will let our soldiers attack these abominations from safer distances, and the sharp tapered tips should be sufficient to puncture their defensive shells. We must also design new arms strong enough to withstand the weight of these inorganic creatures, and the tips require sharper tips. The sharper, the better. I've sent my blueprints to our headquarters. The lances and the spear have always been the mainstay of every army in history, ranging from Kajimersian knights to Sarkaz mercenary bands. They shall serve once more in our crusades. I agree. Spears are good weapons. Pathfinder's Beacon. Wait, what was that? This streamlined and lightweight weapon is well balanced and would remind many people of the standard issue lances once wielded by Vanguard class operators of Rhodes Island. Nice. The infield colors are black, but also yellow. Like some of the weapons are just black, like this one. Some of them have the yellow on them. So there's a bit of a multi-aesthetic going on for Enfield. Hey boss, where you going? An infield facility 13 clicks away, we have another Agaloid breacher on another secondary settlement. We must rendezvous with the Inmen. I know that already, boss. I'm just curious why we're going around in circles. Because the Agaloid flipped our rover and busted our nav device. If we had one of those, we would have left these hills behind us an hour ago. Oh, boss, I just remembered something. Instructor Doberman taught us this trick, you know. We can stick our lance in the ground and guesstimate our position by looking at its shadow and the position of the sun. Doberman? Okay. Didn't expect to hear that name. Thank you very much, but that method doesn't work here. Why? Are you saying there's something wrong with Doberman's training? Sheesh, think. Use that thing in your head. This isn't Terra, genius. We're on a moon. A blighted moon orbiting a gas giant named Talos. Oh, you're right. Yeah, gas giants. What is that huge thing in the sky? What's it called again? Talos. That's a planet, and it's a gas giant. We've been through the gate for years already. You should know this all. Alright, yeah, I guess it's confused the hell out of me, so boss, can we still, find our way out of here? I would talk less and conserve my strength if I were you. Those wounds don't look good. Alright, boss, just so you know, I ain't feeling too good. I probably won't make it. Shut it. We will make it. We'll find a way. If we can't get the gates to open again, Talos 2 will be our new home. Huh. You're the boss. You're the boss. So there's only one character who says boss. Is this Croissant? I don't know. Seems like it'd be weird to just have them say that when they're talking about Rose Island and to have a character who says boss and not be Croissant, right? Darhoff 7. We believe that a task force comprised of 12 operators must include at least 2 to 3 heavy melee weapon specialists. These operators must be extremely competent combatants with great mental fortitude and extensive combat training. Or experience, even. These operators should perform dangerous roles that include assault of hostile positions and strong points. Given the increasing threat posed by the Agaloy to Enfield Industries, we must establish new training standards, raise the level of our combat simulation programs, and restructure our field operator teams. The following is a proposal to achieve these objectives. 12 operators, you say? Pecco 5. So, Darhoff 7 was made by Arsenal engineer Darhoff. The descriptions do have a little bit of lore. I guess I should read those too. Pecco 5 was made by Arsenal engineer Pecco. Mastery of etched ammo and firearms is no longer a skill exclusive to the Sancta. Yep. I have asked operator Ember, and she agreed to take part in Pecco 5 performance trials. Ember might be a Sancta, but I'd never seen her fight with guns before. In fact, I thought she would turn me down outright. Guess I got lucky. Ember also told me how the Order of Steel Oath operate their own firearm manufacturers in the north. She also said that Pecco 5 was comparable to the standard issues produced by Fort Forgefane. I might be overthinking things, but I truly wished she would set aside her diplomatic niceties of being an Enfield partner. I would feel safer if she gave us an honest review or even outright criticisms. Jiminy 12. Arsenal engineer. They should just be called Arseneers. Arseneer, the Jiminy, made this one. Ease of use and expandability are overrated. I tried talking to the operators who gave positive reviews for Jiminy 12. Turned out what they really liked was its ability to focus and amplify the brightness of its illumination arts. They said this made field operations a lot easier as the unit could also function as a powerful flashlight. At first I found these Jiminy 12 reviews laughable and even tried to find a way to convince them that illumination was never part of my design goals, and Jiminy 12's resemblance to a flashlight was a mere coincidence. However, when I joined a survey team in a blighted zone, I realized the usefulness of having a powerful source of light, especially when treading alone in the smothering darkness. Excerpt from Jimmy's quarterly performance review interview. Tar 11. Arseneer Tar. Log A. Mayday, Mayday. Anyone respond? This is an Enfield survey team in the Blight Zone. Survivors. We were attacked by Blight Moors. The long-range comms device is disabled. We will continue to broadcast our positional data on this channel. This is a Mayday call. Please respond. Mayday. Log B. 6 hours have passed with no response. Looks like we're on our own. Standard issue equipment of the team has been rendered unusable by the Blight. We need new weapons to make our way out of here. The Survivalist Guidebook gave us plenty of survival tips, but I don't think sharp stones and signal flares could fight off the landbreakers. Log C. Just came up with something. Being creative has always been my strength. Our UAV drone got its flight system busted, and I realized that I could take off the rotor blades and attach them to the tripod of our geodetic instruments. The rotor blades were made out of a pretty tough alloy, and the edges were kind of sharp. These contraptions should make do for now. Log D. We actually managed to fight off something that blocked our way. Losses were minimum. Bloody Talos, I never expected these makeshift weapons could work. We should be out of this blighted zone after half a day of walking. That should bring the team close to a cartel settlement and get some help. I just hope they won't rob us blind with their bloody bills. Second mention of the cartel. The trucker one also mentioned the cartel. I don't know if that's just another name for the TGCC or if that's something else. Log E. I finalized the drawings and designs while recovering in my bed. Hope this sword could please that old cranky arsenal keeper. Lost 2 of my own fingers to that thing. Hope the results are well worth my sacrifice. This weapon is just a rotor blade, huh? And Opero 77, made by Opero. It can be wielded effectively even by newly minted operators. Therefore, I must re-emphasize the necessity of making field practicality the prime design objective of any weapon, and that means the fuller grooves on 77 are obsolete and redundant features that serve no purpose. You must understand that our weapons neither bleed nor feel pain. Stop adopting design elements from those Rhode Island engineering drawings. Aesthetics? I'm talking about I'm taking that very personally, sir. The greatest virtue of any weapon lies not in its appearance. If I wanted to make things look nice, I would make a Misc Industries, and not at this blasted place. I'd work there. Meeting minutes of the 3rd design conference for Opero 79. That's funny. Alright, that's all the weapons, except for I think a few at the top that I think are potentially new. Let me open that back up, and then we can check. We can cross-reference. Okay. This is new. Sundered Prince is new, and Wedge is new. Memorial Stanza was after Mohainen, or Moneha, or whatever, so I haven't read that, actually. Yeah, okay. Any other weapon that maybe wasn't here? Had those, had that gun, had that gun. Had that. Yeah, I think it's just those 3. Oh no. Artsy Tyrannical, of course. Artsy Tyrannical as well. Yep, okay. So 4. 4 weapons. Arctic Tyrannical is actually from Misc. Interesting. Although it says Enfield on it. A formal challenge to all modern avant-garde artists of Talos 2. Those who call themselves the great masters of the avant-garde. How are you doing? I'm specifically talking to those who spray paint shapes on the walls of ruins, the howlers of underground dive bars in La Fantoma, and anyone who fantasized about having a hand in creating unprecedented works of art. I gotta tell you a brutal truth. At least 90% of your so-called avant-garde art are actually dug out from the ancient heaps known as Terran history. La Fantoma got a new rapper brand. After viewing 10 live recordings from the most classic Obsidian festivals at Siesta, those so-called neo-rappers got nothing on the giant known as the Emperor. Hell yeah. They made 0 innovations on the beats, rhyme, and rhythm. Link no longer valid. 100-strong graffiti of the asphalt roundabout. From what I unearthed, these giant graffiti were past tense in the Ursus factories of Terra. The infected crew were already creating mega graffiti at their barracks and production floors. Attachment not found. Neo Youth Festival of New Rankwood? Ha, that's an even bigger joke. The Telosian Free City can't even come up with their own name and just took something from the Terran city of Rankwood. So where the hell can we find true avant-garde of Talos 2? If you want novelty and innovation, I'll tell you what it means to be truly avant-garde. I've unearthed a video about the Endfield Protocol Orangenium technology, Proto-Rig Tech. Author has sent the video to pay-per-view. Many might be confused about the Proto-Rig Tech I mentioned, but you know that art cannot be fully detached from industrial tech. Derivative works of aesthetics based on Terran technology will end up like those sorry examples I listed above. We will never free ourselves from the label of Terran culture. But Proto-Rig Tech is the most avant-garde and coolest innovation that happens to be Talos exclusive, isn't it? It completely shattered our understanding of spatial dimensions, but why haven't I seen any artist using them as a font for artistic creation? It's probably expensive. Avant-garde isn't about going through your trash or pasting new labels on old antiques. So, if you're fumbling around with stuff that your grandparents had fun with, stop calling yourself avant-garde. Disclaimer, views expressed in this article are personal and do not reflect our official stance. Should you experience discomfort while reading this article, please close this article and stop reading. Author, Arctic Tyrannical. Date posted, year 151. Is this actually just an article by Yvonne? I don't know. Maybe. So Thermite Cutter was released by North March Support Hub. That's an interesting weapon company. Delivery guarantee was Raytheon. Okay. Jet was North March. Okay, so North March is like yellow, kind of like industrial looking. Oh, okay. So Dreams of Starry Beach is also Mieszko. So I guess Mieszko likes, yeah, like that one thing said at the very bottom. Mieszko likes their aesthetics. Sundered Prints, released by the Witching Hour, which is definitely a sarcasm thing. The Sarkaz was a mountain. He picked me up with one hand and stomped towards a less conspicuous place in Seshka. The children nearby pointed at us excitedly. They jabbered to their parents about what they saw and probably mistook this altercation as an audience moment featured in the Parade of the Royal Courts. I was the lucky guy who got to interact with the kings of the royal court. I was also just excited when my old man brought me to this flying theme park for the first time. But now, it felt as though I was about to be executed by this emotionless and silent Sarkaz warrior. Sorry, I should have bought a ticket. ... I don't know if I would end up like the victim shown in the oldies. I cannot remember its title, but the poor lad was completely drained of all of his blood by an elegant vampire to fill his dinner goblet. I had fun at this place when I was a kid. Errant's Grand Adventure was my favorite attraction. I just want to relive my childhood again. ... I wondered if I would end up like the guy shown in super popular records of the Kazdelian Wars manga. Manga? The dude was chopped to pieces by a sword, as long as the dude himself, thrown into the furnace for fuel and burned into raging hot ash scattered to the winds. No, please, I confess, I pickpocketed parents distracted by screaming kids when they crowded up at the ticket booths. I'm sorry. ... That did not work. Perhaps my real intent was already foretold by the Cyclops who secretly dwelt in the city of witchcraft. That would be the end of me. To hold on to dear life, I decided to spill everything. Stop! I'll tell you the truth. I'm completely broke, and I'm a damn criminal. I might have schemed to steal a creator-signed Sundered Prince from the Witching Hours flagship store just before Seshka open day ends, but that's just an evil plot. You caught me right after I stepped into Seshka. None of my plot has ever happened. I promise, I swear. Here's the guy. A real squealer, this one. I crumpled to the floor with a resounding thud. The room was dark. I carefully opened my eyes and found myself upon a soft and well-fashioned sofa instead of the cold, hard floors of a dungeon. Welcome back, my brave adventurer. A Sarkaz recited the classic line of Errant's Grand Adventure as she took the seat behind a simple stone table. She was decked out in a fine business suit, leather shoes, and a parade mask. Mr. Maxim from the Asphalt Roundabout, 16 years have passed since you last visited Seshka. Nevertheless, we have held on to your prize. Wait, I thought the host of the Errant's Grand Adventure was supposed to roleplay as a mysterious diviner witch wearing an ancient courtly dress. Before I could sort out my confusion, a load of bad memories that I had always avoided suddenly surged within me. I completed the Errant's Grand Adventure and could finally exchange my winnings for the final treasure from the Lord of Fiends. A most intricately crafted toy sword. It was my childhood obsession, but I missed the final window for prize exchange when the bells tolled and signaled the end of the open day. My old man tried to comfort me and said we'd visit again when the flying city of Seshka returns. But our days at La Fantoma didn't last till the return of Seshka. My old man told me that we were broke and got ahead to the asphalt roundabout to dodge the collectors. Of course, I never became a fearless adventurer. Instead, I turned into a petty thief, a dirty smuggler, and a scummy fraud. I only revisited this place because I thought there was a killing to be made. The Sarkaz then removed the cloth to reveal the prize under it. It wasn't a toy sword that blinked and flickered when you pressed a button. It was an actual Sundered Prince, an authentic blade painstakingly fashioned by the witchcrafters. Not only that, the Sarkaz manifested a pin out of thin air and signed the weapon for me. Are you sure that prize I missed 16 years ago? It can't be the weapon of such immense value. I'm quite certain a weapon of a true adventurer, just as revealed by the divination. Divination, could I beg you to divine another reading for me? I am listening. Will my life ever get better? The Sarkaz looked at me and said something, but the only sound that filled my ears were the tolling of bells that signaled the end of the open day that I had not heard for 16 long years. When I returned to my senses, my legs once again found solid ground. People crowded around me. Everyone, children and grown-ups of every race, looked into the air and waved their goodbyes at the Seshka amidst the erupting fireworks. I felt like a young boy again as I gripped my blade. I hoped that the bells tolled a little later. I wanted a sword that flickered and shone when I pressed a button, but no. I received something that I wanted and knew exactly what to do. My grand adventure was about to begin. Heck yeah. Okay, so interesting. So Seshka open day. So Seshka, you can't just visit Seshka, I guess. It docks at other cities on a schedule, I guess, and that's an open day where then other people can visit. Crazy that this like sarcasm was like waiting, like, yeah, we're just gonna have this weapon for him. $16 years later. That's a Cyclops for you. Wedge is North March. White Nova is... Oh, White Nova is actually Forge Fane. So White Nova goes against the aesthetic that you might expect. It is actually Forge Fane. I would have thought it would be Meshko, but no. It's Forge Fane. Wild Wanderer is Raytheon. Okay, I don't know what aesthetic Raytheon has then. Because those are two very different ones. Seems like the signature weapons kind of... Or like the 6-star weapons maybe work a little against like the standard aesthetic, which makes sense. Especially the signature ones. Cohesive Traction's also Raytheon. Okay, Raytheon is... a little all over the place, it seems like. A lot of sharp edges, though. A lot of sharp edges as guns also Raytheon. Anyway. Wedge. Which looks like it's just like a repurposed nail gun or something. We're the wedge that was hammered into Talos 2. Mama always said those words. When I was a kid, Mama always gave me a strong, tight hug after coming back from her shift. I kept telling her to change out of her crew outfit first. I felt I wasn't getting hugged by my mom. I was getting crushed by a hardware store and always ended up with a mess of sore reddish imprints of hammers, pliers, wrenches, and even a big blasted hand cannon on me. When she brought me those friggin' buggly toys, you know, I've been seeing actual cranes, drill crawlers, dumpster trucks, crushers, and pile drivers in real life. I saw entire fleets of steel giants heading north every friggin' day and every friggin' year of my childhood. I did not want mini and fake versions of them in my toy box. And Mama never treated this world as home. She never stopped saying, Talos 2 is just too dangerous. We'll never make this our place. I'm a Talosian, born and raised, and could never really understand why she never stopped complaining. Yet those words left an imprint on me, like those hardware tools she carried when she gave me those powerful, crushing hugs. I never knew what imprints meant back then. Then came a day when Mama failed to come back from the north. Uncle Walter gave me her outfit. Them laundry crew didn't wash it right, and it still had this dark blood stain on the collar. I held it tight to feel the familiar coarseness of the fabrics and the cold hardness of her tools. And then I found that blasted hand cannon. Big iron responsible for all those painful imprints I suffered. The thing sported a new dent beneath the barrel. She emptied the magazine and then slapped an Agalos real hard with that big slab of iron. I asked Uncle Walter to cast me a new barrel and furnish it with a chain cutter. I also got Mama's position when another convoy roared for the north. Because I'm the hardest wedge to be hammered, and the Talos too. There is a chain cutter on this. Oh my gosh, we're Warhammer 40k now. We've got chainsaws on our guns. That's crazy. And last, stanza of memory. Or of memorials. I keep wanting to say memory. It's not memory. It's close though. She would arrive at the cemetery to pray in the morning and leave at noon. Then she would do some community work in the afternoon. I returned to the ceremony during the evening and leave the place only in the deep of night. I followed her before. Her home was no more than a click southeast of the cemetery. Like most song seers of the Hannibit Circuit, she could survive the wildlands on her own. She did not avoid external contact. Some of the Wooster crew mates talked to her before to barter a thing or two. She appeared young, gentle, and even a little shy. There was nothing dangerous about her. But you must know the closest circuit settlement was over 100 clicks away. We have but only one cemetery at this place, and only one undertaker. I did my own investigations. The people we buried here had nothing to do with her. Most were travelers killed by the Agaloy or blight accidents. With the exception of the unmarked headstones, I checked all the names and every one of them went missing in recent years. It got me spooked. In fact, even the truckers and crewmates driving past this place were getting spooked. I'm quitting. I'll do this just for another week and I'll give you all the photos and video recordings I've made. I don't care about the money. I'm getting my sorry arse out of this blighted place. She's definitely an eater of the dead. A Natsera. Natsera also still have, I guess, bad reputation. Let me do one last look to make sure I didn't miss anything. Nope, doesn't look like it. So that's all the weapons I've got. Obviously, there's a lot more weapons out there, but, you know, I can't pull for any of them. I wish you could buy arsenal tickets. Like, you can buy charter H permits, right? You should be able to buy arsenal tickets here as well. There's endpoint. I've never gotten a single endpoint quota in my life. I don't know how you even get them. I guess duplicate weapons or something, but good luck with that. So, like I said, I don't think there's been any other archives. Or maybe there was. Oh, there's a file in Chingbo Stockade. I probably read that, though, with the update story. Small riverside community located in the outskirts of Wuling City. Yep. Other than that,
Still waiting for something?
operator records we can begin on.
Operator Perlica, standing by.
Perlica should be, like, all her stuff should be available, I would imagine. Yep. Cool, okay. Team management, Orangenium arts expertise. Thanks to Techno Protocol, her special arts unit designs are now widely used as they allow low aptitude users to cast arts normally as well. Perlica has the managerial powers and diplomatic resources to coordinate various organizations. She also allocates resources and personnel in a flexible and rational fashion to ensure success in various production activities and joint ventures. No dietary preferences and incapable of gaining weight. After meeting Qin Chengyu, Perlica became very interested in food that she has never tried before. She is the light and shadow of the band, and her bike leaves trails in the snow and sand. However, she has only shared the secret with you. Birth date March 16th. Oropathy negative. Psychological strength standard. Combat skill standard. Tactical acumen outstanding. Arts of simulation excellent. HR summary. Perlica, supervisor of Enfield Industries, is one of the official spokespersons for Enfield. She is primarily responsible for overseeing and advancing the development and application of protocol or ingenium technology protocols, while also managing the operations of the Dijon. It's been a long time since I last heard anyone question whether she deserves the title of supervisor. She has silenced all doubts with tangible results, proving M3's words true. This position exists because of Perlica. Don't get the order wrong. I can still hardly believe someone so young is capable of supporting the management of the entire Enfield Industries. Yet under her leadership, the future that Enfield strives toward has only grown clearer. However, she isn't flawless in handling everything. For instance, as a key figure in managing the crisis team, she shouldn't constantly risk herself on the front lines alongside the members. Even if she continues to dismiss my requests, I still urge her to reassess the risks. Marvin Mallon, Assistant HR Division, Enfield Industries. What a name. Like many operators within Enfield Industries, Supervisor Perlica survived a disaster as a child and found refuge under the care of the administrator and Enfield Industries, alongside other children who had lost their families. During her education and growth, she showed exceptional curiosity towards techno-protocol and gradually became involved with the foundational operations of Enfield Industries on Talos II. In less than 2 years, her footsteps had reached cities both large and small across the planet, and her understanding of the threats we face far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Her passion for techno-protocol led her to join the R&D Center, where she later played a key role in achieving major breakthroughs in the development and application of techno-protocol for Enfield Industries. Naturally, she was officially appointed as supervisor, taking the helm of the Dijon, a colossal structure suspended in artificial stationary orbit above Talos II. Document. A certain log that requires sufficient authority level. Of course, Perlica's past was never as consistently fortunate as the public records might suggest. Over a decade ago, you rescued her while preparing for the expedition, offering her unwavering support at a time when she was still lost and fearful. Yet she could never have anticipated that the same crusade would soon turn her life upside down once more. She lost you. In the years that followed, most of the children you saved alongside her moved on to new lives. This includes Lycia, whom she considered a sister, eventually left the Dijon and chose to go her separate way. Was Lycia the person who briefly showed up in the power plant? As friends gradually departed, the weight of responsibility on her shoulders grew heavier, and the development of techno-protocol repeatedly hit roadblocks. Yet she stubbornly remained on this most difficult path, winning us over through her actions. It's true that she received support from many along the way, but no one understands better than I do the effort she has poured in and the hardships she has endured. Go and have a chat with her. She's been waiting far too long. M3's audio memo. File 2. Other operators aboard the Dijon often say that Supervisor Perlica seems to possess a kind of magical quality. As long as she's around, any problem finds its solution. So when I learned that I'd have the privilege of studying alongside her, I was so excited I couldn't sleep. But reality hit me hard. Unable to keep up with her intense workload and exacting standards, I seriously considered quitting along the way, yet I couldn't bring myself to give up such a precious opportunity. With the expected awakening of the administrator just around the corner, everyone is on edge. Even Supervisor Perlica is no exception. Despite her schedule being completely packed, she still manages to squeeze in meetings with senior members from every department to ensure everything goes off without a hitch. But after each of those impromptu private meetings, she always comes out looking uneasy. Could it be that there are things even she can't handle? I can't help but blame myself for not being able to do more to help. She noticed how lost I felt and took the initiative to comfort me, even sharing some strangely flavored Finn meatballs I've never seen before. The taste was so strong it brought tears to my eyes, yet Supervisor Perlica just watched me with a satisfied smile. That day's worries were washed away along with my tears. In that moment, I suddenly realized that Supervisor Perlica truly does have that kind of magic. From the work log of a trainee operator who is still applying for the opportunity to continue her apprenticeship under Supervisor Perlica. Record that has not been successfully deleted. Well, delete it, maybe. She went to see you too, didn't she, Crod? Asking how to get along with the administrator she cares so much about, right? Wouldn't expect anything less from the intel. You're not even on the Dejong and you're still this well informed. When she rushed into the training room to find me, I thought something had gone wrong. But then she asked me that dead serious. Totally took me by surprise. Guess I've gotten used to her being a supervisor that I almost forgot she isn't actually invincible. But I do love that awkward tone she takes when she messages me. Still just as adorable as when we were kids. So what advice did you give her? Same as you, nothing at all. The other old-timers did about the same too. We're all just waiting to see how this plays out. I bet she'll hide it perfectly when she sees the administrator again. Don't worry, M3 will definitely be with her. You really think we won't get every last detail from the scene? Right, and remember, we promised her we'd keep this completely confidential, especially from the administrator. Relax, Crod. You know I am the last person to talk, professional ethics and all, but honestly, it's almost a shame we won't get to see little Perlica pouting over this, isn't it? File 3. No matter where you run into Supervisor Perlica aboard the Dejong, she always calmly greets you before immediately returning to her work. Some even joke that beneath her Liberi appearance, she might actually be a machine perfectly executing the directives of some higher intelligence. While this kind of rumor spreads widely among newer operators, the supervisor does not mind it at all. In fact, she occasionally plays along with the joke on purpose, lightening the mood and helping to ease attention among the crew. According to the official account by Martin Marvin Mallon, you have to say his name the whole time, like all his name every time. After officially assuming the role of supervisor, Perlica forced herself to adopt the most appropriate demeanor to fulfill her duties. But accumulated emotions and pressure always needs an outlet. Even before the administrator's return, Perlica had already found a way to truly relax. Have you heard of the Crankcase Creative Contest? They say it originally started as a creative showdown between a certain vampire genius and a mysterious mechanic. Seniors in the R&D Center brought this ancient Terra event to Endfield. Nowadays, the wild ideas that emerged from the CCC are not only bring a lot of laughter to the operators, but also greatly drive our technological innovation. Yet very few know that the true force behind this event at Endfield is Supervisor Perlica. After all, she has never officially participated and rarely voices her opinions. In truth, her reason for reviving this event was simply to create a platform where she could relieve her restless hands and test the strange ideas in her head. Even though I was banned from competing this year, I wouldn't call myself entirely absent. After all, I'm the one who named the award-winning Blasphema Roar when its creator came to me with the idea of stuffing a gravity firearm into an acceleration engine. I knew it had potential. We ended up taking apart quite a few fine firearms to make it work, though. Huh? Of course we didn't touch my dad's precious stockpile. The reigning champion of multiple crankcase creative contests, a prodigy in firearm engineering. A genius vampire and a mysterious mechanic, huh? I wonder who. This vehicle just took first place in a Neo Tsukushi Underground Heat Rally. What is it doing on the Dijon? From a racing enthusiast. Blast Maror, owned by Illich the Suspect. Perlica, which department did this newcomer come from? Chin. I guess she's the reigning champion, actually. Maybe. Or I guess she helped this person become the reigning champion, I guess. File 4. M3, file this document as an annex to Zeroth Directive under sealed status. It is not to be enforced under any circumstances. I hereby appoint Perlica as a signatory of Zeroth Directive. However, its activation must be entirely subject to her personal consent. If she ultimately decides to remain with Enfield Industries, you, as the executor, shall take her to meet the founder. Document. A search and log that requires sufficient authority level. Have you decided? Staying with Enfield Industries was never a question, M3. Very well, come with me. The founder wishes to see you. So we finally meet Supervisor Perlica. Supervisor, wait, your appearance. Our time is running short. What? Is the founder? Is that just the inman, or? Now, I feel like this is written by the Endman, which implies the founder is someone else. Wow, there's a lot of voice lines. Oh my gosh. What the heck?
How are you holding up, Administrator? Since your awakening, Dijon is becoming a livelier place with every passing day. And this makes me hopeful for the future, Administrator.
I don't think the
You're
idol...
looking much better, Endman. Feel free to talk to me. Your needs are our top priority, Endman. To see them met, I'll gladly set aside other tasks, or ask Fiona to handle them.
I think, okay, I imagine trust dialogue and chat are probably, and topics are probably the stuff we actually care about.
We seem to have high-value supplies nearby.
Yeah.
Keep an eye out for those. Endman, don't miss your physical exams. And please avoid overworking yourself. Most importantly, never abuse your Originium arts. Should other operators request your assistance to fix a Deltabot again, just turn them down.
But I like the puzzles.
When I was a little girl, I explored every corner of Dijon and nicknamed every cabin. It was a time when I believed I would never see the surface again. A time when I felt that Dijon was my home. But to better support you, I left the ship and traveled across many places on Talos 2. Now, Dijon looks more cramped than I remember. But to me, it's still a vessel capable of holding the entirety of my memories. Chen is actually the first operator I personally recruited since becoming supervisor of Endfield Industries. She's also my best friend. I ran into her unexpectedly during a joint project with HAS. She kept saying I always wore a stiff face, and only decided to help because she got too worried about me. Perhaps it was the truth. I was an untested supervisor, and there were so many things I had to pick up. I barely had time to focus on the people and things around me. Her smile and candid personality probably kept me from taking many wrong turns. There's no need for concern, Endman. Don't take Chen's teasing about me too seriously. Of course I have off hours. What do I do for vacation? Mostly reading. Literature and theoretical science, since they're relevant to upcoming work. It's not a break if I'm doing things for work. Well, then... I enjoy racing through Frontierlands alone on my bike. Endman, you're the only one who knows about this. The other operators will get worried if they learn about this secret. I know where they're coming from, but part of me yearns to hear the winds of this planet. Are you awake, Endman? You should turn in early for today if you're feeling tired. I caught a glimpse of your sleepy face just now. I've actually been looking at that same sleepy face of yours for a decade. Back then, I visited the sarcophagus with the other children, just to see you hibernating peacefully. But as time passed, I was the only one left. I'd come by often. After I passed the operator trials, after I became the supervisor. Don't feel bad about this, Endman. I actually have plans to tell you everything once we restore your memories.
Only once the memories are restored? Come on.
Endfield Industries is partnering with many organizations upon this land. The Accordatories, definitely. The TGCC is the best provider of modern logistics and supplies, and the UWST is a most reliable friend in the frontier. The HAS is always perched at the edge of the latest tech breakthrough, and we openly share our scientific findings with each other. Allies like these guarantee our ability to stand strong and firm in this cruel new home. Never met Fiona in person? Fiona's condition is quite special. She told me that she enjoys being on air and connected with everyone via our combat comms. And Fiona is rather worried that if you met her in person, you might start treating her very differently.
Huh. Okay. Fiona lore. Interesting. Her condition. What would her condition be? We see pictures of her. She looks normal. Good times on Old Frag.
I look like a maestra in battle? I picked up the habit during combat training. They say Lytanians during the Age of Terra combined music with their innate gift for the arts. My arts instructor also happened to be a gifted musician. My aptitude for combat wasn't particularly outstanding, but I quickly mastered the techniques when I interpreted the flow of arts as musical notations and tempos.
That's cool. Now I've got to go look at our fighting animations again.
The aurora is also visible from Dijon. It is the anomalous flower that bloomed upon Talos too. The northern veil is enveloped in ether, making the aurora look like a wall that blocks our way. A utopia for countless souls once existed on the other side of this wall, though naught is left but devastation. and enemies that occupy the ruins. What vendors should we add to Dijon? Any ideas, Endman? Oh, nothing special. Just another regular survey from the business office. Dijon doesn't have a large lounge area, and our resident crew isn't that big either. Auto vendors work fine, but they do lack that human touch. What about a cozy cafe, Endman? Would you grab a cup of coffee while you're on break?
Maybe.
Apologies, Administrator. I know it's selfish, but I'd rather not bring up our past right now. I just hope you can find those memories on your own. This isn't a request from the supervisor of Enfield Industries. It's from me. Impressive, isn't she? Picture the Techno Protocol as the Originium network, and Dijon would be the Proto-Rig master server. She is also the embodiment of the Terran civilization that traveled through the Cosmic Gate, as well as all the events that followed our crossing. Dijon has endured war and chaos, and now she cruises in the sea of outer space. Perhaps a day will come when humanity frees itself from the shackles of gravity and walks amidst the stars as our ancestors have dreamed. There was a time when I addressed M3 as my elder sister, but she put an end to that after I became an actual Enfield operator. Truth be told, she felt like a true sister of mine. Kind, gentle, optimistic, and skilled in everything. I don't see her on Dijon much these days. I know she's carrying out a mission of her own, and, if possible, I hope that Enfield can share her burden.
Yeah, I wonder what she's doing.
Very few people know that this distant world of Talos 2 is actually where we all came from. And despite this knowledge, almost none could give up their nostalgia for Terra. Leaving Terra for Talos 2 is akin to a babe who left its soft, comfortable cradle for their mother's embrace. But I felt the opposite. It was on Talos 2 where I joined Endfield and met the Administrator. Terra is now little more than a symbol of my mission.
So everyone does just know. How did they find out they came from Talos, though? Who told them that? Because we have the Nexus files talk about it. And Perlica knows. Like, did Kaltza just tell them? Did she just make an announcement one day? Have I played OG Arknights? Yes. Because we know... Was the conversation in Path to Life? I feel like it was, maybe. Maybe the A-Gear know that then. Someone disseminated the information at some point, and now people just know this.
I wasn't the only participant of the Zeroth Directive, but none of us knew the missions of the others. In the past, you always had plenty of preparations in place, even before you became aware of your situation. For this awakening, I've rehearsed executing the Zeroth Directive countless times. But when I met you again in person, all those words flowed out of me naturally with great ease.
So none of us knew the mission of the other. So there's a bunch of people who have missions related to the directive. Maybe that's what M3's doing, is her own mission for that then. Okay.
Enfield Industries spent our recent years focusing on the automated industry complex. The goals of the AIC are evident in its name, and I believe you have extensive first-hand experience with it. Needless to say, our obsession with the Techno Protocol isn't just about this. Originium is information.
Originium.
It is the crystallized manifestation of every ephemeral idea. Its final embodiment will let us manufacture and construct more than just industrial products.
You already lost all your sanity. You better go find it. Good times on Shogeki's area.
You founded the Crisis Team, Endman. It is a special operations team that you've led in person. The Crisis Team was a team of elites famed throughout Talos too. Team leadership was later transferred to the founder and M3.
All right, who the heck's the
But
founder?
its purpose and function still remain the same. When I became supervisor and took over the team's leadership, I sorely felt the pressure from commanding a team of heroes, as well as their fiery passion, as they threw themselves in battle for our selfless goal and ideal.
They're just introducing this other shadow character now.
You founded the Crisis Team, Endman. It is a special operations team that you've led in person. The Crisis Team was a team of elites famed throughout Talos too.
Okay.
I heard M3 say that Enfield did not have a supervisor back then. The administrator led the entire company, while M3, the founder, and our elite operators provided support.
What?
We called this decision-making organization the Provenance.
The Provenance?
The Provenance managed the 3 major nexuses and has kept Enfield running till this day. Enfield was forced to change while you slept. But these changes kept us going. And this was how I could stand by your side.
I wish the text would stay up after it's done so I could read it on my own and not have to listen to it all the time.
I heard M3 say that Enfield did not have a supervisor back then. The administrator led the entire company, while M3, the founder...
So the administrator led... So we led the company. M3, the founder, and elite operators provide support.
The Provenance
that group
the 3 major nexuses and
is the
Enfield
Provenance.
Till this day. Enfield was forced to change while you slept. But these changes kept us going.
So the founder is not
This was how I could stand
above the administrator, despite their name. They're not above it, but they are important enough that they're called, 1, they're called the founder, and 2, that once Perlica was inducted, she was given a special meeting with them. Like, she already knew who M3 was, but she didn't know the founder, so what the heck's going on there? The doctor? That's what I'm thinking. Like, what if... what if the Inman isn't the doctor and the founder's the doctor, but then who the heck's the Inman? And why are they called the founder? That implies that they founded something, i.e. the company, but they're not in charge of the company. Inman's in charge of the company. Imagine it's Teresa. It's not Teresa, that's for sure. It could maybe be Calcit. Maybe. I don't think it's Amia. they also presumably created the position of supervisor, because like Perlica said, like the document said before, like there was no supervisor of Enfield until Perlica became supervisor, and M3 has, you know, stated that this position of supervisor exists because of Perlica, and not Perlica is not just the supervisor because it's a position. Like, but this meeting with the founder, they greet Perlica as supervisor, and Perlica's like, supervisor? What are you talking about? And then it's like, your appearance, and then gets interrupted. The appearance thing's interesting, because there's kind of two ways to go about that. One, it's a strange appearance. Two, it's a familiar appearance. And I'm leaning towards two. If it's a familiar appearance in that they maybe look somehow like the Endmen because it's the Doctor. That could be it. I don't know. I think that's everything interesting for the dialogue, probably.
When I last had a conversation like this, I was a girl barely half my current height.
Idle chatter might have something.
Times have changed. Dijong received plenty of modifications, and I grew up.
I think you just hear them when you're walking
but you,
around. So.
Administrator, you remain the same as before.
It's the priestess. It's definitely not the priestess.
Looky here, the flying Misc messenger.
Gilberta's not at 200 yet, apparently. I don't know how that didn't happen yet. Okay.
Where are we headed?
Everyone is at 200 though.
What?
I really have only 2 characters at 200. Li Feng's at 200.
The battlefield.
Originally,
I only have 3 characters at 200.
Kumi.
A strong team is.
What a bit.
I overworked.
Need defensive cover?
Ciao. Wanna head out for?
Where are we headed?
Give them a bunch. The issue is that you can't spam the gifts because you get diminishing returns. I should probably put someone in the Nexus. But we're close. We're almost there for them. I do need to give. I've not been giving. I do need to like make sure to give like as many people as possible. I don't do that, so it's a little more slow going than it could be. But we spam. Maybe I could spam. Should read Snow Shines. We'll get there. What's she at?
Okay.
0.
Visibility's good. Perfect weather.
I don't think I've ever talked to her aboard the Dejong before. I don't think I've ever seen her aboard the Dejong. Now that I think about it, I think she's hiding. TGCC. Maybe we'll get some TGCC lore from this. And also, maybe alloy carrot or something. She has tagged a price for everything in this world, down to a single word, a single look, a single thought. Do not underestimate her skills. While dodging and evading the opponent, she is always ready to make lightning-quick pounce. Not many people know that she enjoys making her lodgings as comfortable as possible. Even fewer know how many homes she actually owns. It's not the shimmering glitter of jewelry, but the act of buying that brings her satisfaction, and she tends to truly spoil herself for this trip. Date of birth, October 25th. Oropathy negative. Standard strength, excellent combat skills. Standard tactical acumen. Standard arts of simulation. HR summary. Avawina is an armed messenger of the Special Logistics Module under the Enfield Industries Specialist Tech Division. Sweet as a sugar carrot, but armed with a big lance, this summarizes my evaluation of Avawina. If she intends to get something done, she would do so with the most honeyed approach and most merciless of measures. Of course, if Avi was found out she had indulged in the latter, she would treat it as a lapse in performance. Avi has confessed to us, to get things done in the wildlands, even the kindest soul must put them on the most vicious mask. She has exhibited childlike innocence, acted like a mercenary, and negotiated like a professional fraud. We do not know which of these best represents the true profile of Avawina. Perhaps this might be the reason for her excellent mission performance. Martin Marvin Mallon, Assistant HR Division. Alright. I see Martin Marvin Mallon is going to be a reoccurring name on here. The only assistant, apparently. Just the assistant, too. While serving as a messenger in our Specialist Tech Division, Operator Avawina could not give a more different vibe than Operator Gilberta. The latter is known throughout Enfield for her uninhibited sweetness and geniality, while Avawina, on the other hand, approaches socializing like a professional and manages relationships accordingly. One has to work with Operator Avawina for extended periods of time before noticing her peculiar quirks. For example, despite being extremely loquacious during small gatherings or in private, everyone who recalled the exchange would never realize they hardly got any truth from Avawina, especially about herself. Nevertheless, people tend to find themselves spilling their beans with Avawina as she proved to be an excellent listener. She is always capable of asking friendly questions, leading on discussions along the direction she has planned, and concluding dialogues at just the perfect moment. Avawina personally explained such skills with her background. She was born to a huge Countess family living in the free city of Alloy Carrot. Patience easily becomes the most important virtue when living with a huge number of kin. This claim has been verified. Querying Avawina in the population database of Alloy Carrot gives you over 80 individuals with the same name. That is a real name, then. Do they have a full name? No. Whenever Avawina casually drops a morsel of info about herself, it's always a subtle bait to get her conversational partner to lay everything out. A short dialogue is all she needs to acquire background information and contacts about everyone she is chatting with. Avawina would also argue with great cunning that she did so out of professional habits that carried over from her messenger career, where one must constantly deal with people. One thing to note, no one resents Avawina's air of mystery. Instead, it only got more people interested in chatting her up. Her presence has greatly enhanced Enfield's ability to navigate the local affairs that are often tangled with and delicate. Avawina is a master at resolving conflicts and diffusing tension, walking away without a scratch. She's like a miner navigating the crisscrossing mines and tunnels of Alloy Carrot. One directing the situation will never feel lost. HR document or HR recruitment log from the Shane Wood mail distribution station. When that countess woman stepped through the door, I noticed that big red patch on her clothing. It looked about 2 or 3 days old, already starting to turn black. I asked her if she needed any help, but she just said she wanted a job. She probably saw that hiring notice outside and got interested. It's just ketchup, she said, nothing to worry about. You sure are one hell of a messy eater, young miss, I responded with an awkward smile. I'm not used to talking with pretty-looking people, and the town of Shanewood did not give me much practice. The closest TGCC city is 368 clicks away. Is clicks a formal measurement on this planet? Seems to be. And the nearest frontier mail depot is about 110 clicks down the road. It was there in the afternoon. The most homely female usually frequenting my place would be the burden beast, looking for grass outside the door. I assumed this goddess had started her trip from the city 368 clicks away, with her next stop 110 clicks down the road. Her direction was interesting. Most people would travel in the opposite direction. Just last night, I heard about some landbreaker-related altercation 23 clicks away. Armed battery involving 6 individuals. 5 were injured and 1 escaped. The Worcester Security Bureau operating in the frontiers messaged me to look out for individuals traveling alone. Might just be the fugitive. The notice posted outside says you're looking for a mail courier, the countess said, pointing behind her with her thumb. Yeah, that's right. Your predecessor resigned just 2 months ago. My predecessor? Are you saying that I'm hired already? Well, you know how to drive? What types of vehicles? We don't care about licenses here. Count all the vehicles you know how to ride. 6, including trucks, I think. Awesome, I said. You nabbed the post. Start working tomorrow. I'll also need you to show me your ID and complete this form, just for the records. I pushed her the form and a pen through the tiny window. She completed the form without much of a thought and pushed it back to me. She also gave me a big, glowing smile. What an understanding, kind, and cooperative lady. She then started unloading her questions to me as though she asked them a million times before. She also started arranging her accommodations as though she owns the place. Can I park my car at the back? I'm talking about that overgrown plot behind the iron gate. Yes? No problem. So, got any Orangenium power pylons here? I gotta fix my ride. It's down. And what's the network password? Got enough bandwidth on the thing? Yes, for movies. Woo, not bad. You don't say. You're inviting me to your place. Oh, a dinner date. That's not what you meant. With your Gramps, Postmaster Lane. Sorry, aren't you way too young for this, kiddo? Much appreciated. But I'll just sleep in my car. Don't worry, I'm used to it. She gave me a few winks before slowly swaggering her way through the door. I suddenly remembered that I had to check her form. Lo and behold, name, secret, but yours for 60,000 T-credits. Age, forget it, kiddo. Address, perhaps, or people will pay for this, you know. Relationships, it's complicated. Experience, professional traveler. Health information, essentially safe and hazard-free. What an impeccable resume. Letter of recommendation from Postmaster Lane. Ma. If you read this letter of recommendation, I implore you to help an old friend out. Get that woman seated before you out of my mail department. There's a reason why I chose Chainwood, a place where the foul beasts don't ever roost, to enjoy my peace, quiet, and retirement. I do not intend to contend with cartel agents or corpo rats who keep showing up armed and eager to settle some debt or score, or whatever they call it. That's right, my peaceful retirement home of Shanewood has turned into a carnival in less than a year. A bunch of ambulances came through, and the Orangenium charging post in town actually made a decent pile of creds. I don't know what Avi did to them, but from the looks of it, it's probably nothing good. Got hired, and a year later, the guy's like, please get rid of this woman. And I got pretty simple reasons for sending her away. This tunnel-crawling Rim Billy gal knows nothing about milking sister beasts. In fact, my sister herd is not now morbidly afraid of her because she keeps squeezing too hard with those minor hands of hers. Also, she sorted out the mailing system and got it working like an oiled machine. Now all the lucky bastards in Shanewood are going to receive their presents ahead of holiday season. Just to let you know, I have been paying her peanuts. but judging from the way she eats, dresses, and acts, and that bespoke customized outdoor rig, she probably worked in a private security detail in the band. My money's on Sloan Security, and that's one of the biggest family businesses in the free city of Alloy Carrot. Which means she was getting one hell of a paycheck, and since she chose Shanewood as her hideout, I'm fully convinced that she has a serious mental issue. Oh, and there's one more thing, she's super interested in our administrator. After she found my cert of resignation I've kept hidden in my drawers, she started making dinner for us, hoping that I could share something about the Endmen. This is incredibly unsettling. Truth be told, a generation had already passed since I worked with the Endmen. Let's keep these words between us, and I'm trying to be nice and positive here. It takes a nutcase to handle another. Best wishes, Lane. So Lane sent her to Enfield. A reply to another letter. Lane, candidate Avowina has successfully passed a series of tests and is now formally working at Enfield as an operator. Thank you for your recommendation. We shall mail you one Enfield reward supply crate as a token of our appreciation. Nice. Given our safety considerations, I wonder if you can share with us the origins of the polearm that Miss Avowina carries around with her. She seems very attached to this weapon, but the only thing she told us about it was that the lance was something from her grandmother. Miss Avowina is armed with far more weapons than we expected. It would take her 5 to 6 minutes to fully disarm herself to pass security checkpoints. She even has razor blades hidden in the soles of her shoes, and those 2 long straps dangling behind her were not merely cosmetic. We learned that they actually do during security training. Sweet as a sugar carrot, but armed with a big lance. This is one unique combo. The straps are actually weapons? That's cool. Miss Avowina, an operator hailing from the residential zones of Rembilliton, has demonstrated that powerful offensive capabilities also come in a slim and lithe package. We know that we now have positive views regarding the retention of certain cultural traditions and ecological ecology amongst the residents in this section of the band. Marvin, Mullen. Maybe I should say MMM. Oh, that's what the Ma is. Martin Marvin Mullen. I was wondering what that meant. Ma, right, okay. Everyone just does call him that then. That's crazy. A private letter. Lamp. Where are you, darling babe? Your great-granny, grand-aunt, and sister heard from me that you quit your job and left home. They've got a ton of questions, and they are relentless. Even the best fabricated story would breach under their endless drilling. Anyway, the family exploded when they learned you really left home, just as we expected. Looking on the bright side, I kept it a secret for 3 weeks, but Mama's gotta know where you've been all this time. I know our argument at Arlilrai left quite a bad taste in the mouth. Mama still doesn't support your choice, but when I got back home and sat down, I suddenly remembered that trip I had planned when I was a young gal like you. My bag was already packed and leaning right against the wall. I was that close to picking it up and marching through the door to get somewhere far away when I heard you. You were in your baby feeding chair and smiling at me with a baby knife and fork in your hands, and I stayed. I'm sharing this story with you because I wish to tell you that your hope of leaving home might be an inherited habit. Though your great-granny likes to talk about it, the scenes that our pioneering ancestors witnessed after crossing the Cosmic Gate had already faded away to patches of mold on the wall. They were part of the gigantic convoy column, a great wall of vehicles that stretched all the way to the edge of the horizon, and the truckers kept driving, up until the very eve of severance. That was how we found our first pot of gold, the starting capital upon which we built our logistics business in Alloy Carrot. However, as we spent longer and longer time chasing after mineral veins, our kin no longer felt at home when placed behind the wheel. Watch out for enemies on the road. Her TGCC job wasn't exactly low profile, and we had a share of visitors. Rest assured, no one's going to hurt my darling baby doll. I'll handle the rest of our family for you. Don't forget to send us pictures from your travel, Mama. Is Avawina's name Lamp? Is it a code name that the family uses? Is it a nickname? Is it a... A private letter, Mama. Finding network connection in the wildlands is no easy task, but a solo journey is everything I dreamed of, sweet and beautiful. I stopped by New Rankwood right after leaving home. They tried to recreate the scene to heal trauma, but it ended up quite disappointing, since no one was interested in the horror genre, and the place just wouldn't stop raining. I didn't like it. The Northern Corridor is my next destination, and I'll soon be reaching the edge of the band. Just yesterday, a painter at the motel told me about the breathtaking natural landscapes waiting for me once I leave the banned cities. I intend to explore the old frontiers of the North. People say there are ruins that date back before the collapse of the Cosmic Gate. Which are the things that Great Granny kept talking about, right? Don't worry about me getting into dangerous situations. I've been traveling with a group of Hanabit Circuit song seekers. Once I find some decent connection, I'll send you photos of me riding a burden beast. FYI, someone just piqued my interest. Whenever I found a place to rest my legs and talk to the locals, I would hear a name called the Administrator. Coincidentally, my itinerary basically matched this Administrator's northward expedition. Is it possible that I found my match in Talos 2 in the field of professional traveling? Lamp. Lamp.
People can be pretty complicated sometimes. Back then, I didn't need to think much. My job was all about getting things from A to B. But when I barged into that circus, things got... I'll tell you the full story another time, yeah? Back at my old job, my salary was basically a king's ransom compared to what I make now. In my family, we never settle for anything less than fair. I'm sure you know exactly what made up for that gap. You're just too shy to admit it?
Aussie Bunny, she's a rimbilly.
Back at my old job, my salary was basically a king's ransom compared to what I make now. I've journeyed from the
Guess
band,
we are the one who
endured
made
the
up the gap.
frontiers cold, spent white nights in Hanabit Circuit's huts, watched the Seshkamem's ship drift through the sky, and heard the endless rain by the Oathkeeper's fortress. And through it all, Endmin, your name echoed.
So is Sheshkamim the demonym then for a person living in Seshka? Okay.
Just call me Lamp. Aviwena is actually my family name.
Oh.
Hey, it's no joke to me, so don't laugh. Keep this secret between us, okay? I don't want anyone bad coming after you. Unless... Oh, you're up for looking out for me?
So her name's Lamp Avawina? Fair enough. Wonder if Seshka is based on the flying ship in Arknights? I mean, I would assume so. Nasty has to invent one first, right?
Endmin, Talos 2 is huge. How many places have you actually visited? Oh, right. Then how many of them do you still remember? I can't wait for you to recall them all. The more memories we share, the better, right? My family are banders, and messenger work has been our calling for generations. So, what's your family like, Endmin?
Long gone, presumably.
This is my little corner. Not that I get back here much, but I like to keep it soft and cozy. A roamer like me's gotta have a place to kip, right? Messengers have to safely deliver plenty of secrets, and every one of them comes with a costly price tag. But there is one thing more expensive than the delivery itself, and that is my silence on these matters. Nobody likes rejection, so if we can talk things out, I'd much rather do that than get physical. But just so we're clear, I don't like being rejected. You remember old Lane, right? That grumpy guy never once smiled at me. But I've heard he's a respected retired employee, and when he left, people were crying their eyes out. He even called me a troublemaker before sending me here. Well, if I'm trouble, at least I'm capable trouble. Enfield's now the place I've stayed the longest, apart from Alloy Carrot where I grew up. Guess I might be getting used to this whole settling down thing. My ancestors were truckers back when the Cosmic Gate was still open. The giant rigs once formed a shimmering trail of metal that cruised along the horizon. After that, my great-nan, Nana and Mum slogged for Sloan security in the band. Those old girls gave me a ton of grief when I decided to quit. Just so you know, I didn't just stroll into your nice little place, Endmin. My clothes? All about style and practicality. Remember this when you're in the Outback. Keep your kit sharp and pull your head in. Crikey! I can't believe you've never visited Alloy Carrot. Well, I'm not one to toot my own horn, but I've seen plenty of places around Talos too, and nothing compares to the charm of our mining tunnels. The kids grow up in a world full of close mates and lively chatter. We always say, the only thing tougher than a big drill is our friendship.
Fair enough. You can take the mine out of Rimbilliton, but you can't take the Rimbilliton out of the mine. Or something. They're just miners. They love to mine. They yearn for it. Alloy Carrot's a weird name. That's Rimbilletonian naming conventions for you. They love carrots. Do they love carrots more than mining? I don't know.
I'm primed for optimal performance.
Who was the other one? Oh yeah, Leaf Fung. Guessing these are the only 3 200 I have. I guess we'll just do all 3. Maybe we'll get some Anasa lore as well. That would be nice. A lad equipped with the latest experimental Sharonite prosthetic. This chrome features great power, speed, and sensitivity. To the people who share his childhood, nurturing of life seems like second nature. An aspiring traveler who needs mental and physical fortitude. One needs a strong body to travel far. Much of this world remains unknown to him. Nevertheless, he regards these mysteries as future duties that he must try to live up to. Birthday is July 16th. He is infected. Oh, okay. Maybe that has to do with his arm. That would make sense. Standard strength, excellent combat skill, normal acumen, standard arts simulation. HR summary. Li Feng is a native of Wuling City. He voluntarily chose to work at Enfield Industries and is currently interning at the Specialist Tech Division. The youth exhibited an innocent naivety and sincerity that far exceeded our expectations. I rarely received an employment form with such details about the applicant's personal life. In fact, in compliance to the article of our privacy policy, I requested the youth to redact parts that may be considered too private for disclosure. His smiles are genuine, and he is a highly empathetic individual. Despite being an intern, he has agreed to take on many tasks and has an extremely useful skill set. Signing him on board is something every HR assistant would love to see. Mama ma. It was another busy day as usual aboard De Jong. Not many people took notice of the new operator. Li Feng also did not intend to do anything spectacular, but he soon caught some attention by the third day he came aboard the ship. People started talking about a lad doing morning exercises in the growth chamber. On arrival, the team found Anasa meditating cross-legged in the chamber, eyes shut, breath steady. Those who were reported seeing a soft, gentle glow emanating from his body. No one knew if they were seeing things or if the phenomenon was the result of artificial lighting from the cultivation tanks. He's sarcasm, that's why. Nothing to be worried about. It must be his spirit. It must be some secret Yeni's technique. I think it's called the key. It doesn't matter what it's called. The moment he sat down, it brought about a vibe of serenity. It's like a form of artsy power that made me want to call him Young Master. Young Master, I think he's more like Young Warrior from the martial arts movies that Chin showed us yesterday. Shush, I think he heard us and he's turning around. Quick, hide. After a brief and noisy moment, the lance made a few random slashes on the lighting module. 3 fluid inlets and outlets of the control module were split open. They saw the youth fumbling to get back to his feet to wave off the white, billowing smoke around him. The youth then stood at attention. I'm so sorry, I thought nobody was using this place. They realized he was just a boy, but their realizations quickly gave way to confusion. How do you look so young and old at the same time? Li Feng looked confused. Because the Nasas are an old and wise race, but I'm still a little young? It was an enlightening answer. Meaningful in some way, but also wholly incapable of answering the question. Li Feng, the young master, or young warrior, gave off an aura of rarely observed contradiction. He was ancient yet young, stiff yet flexible. These quirks were further verified as people started to befriend him. The first to notice Li Feng's ability was provisional combat instructor Little Dodge. The instructor gave nothing but praise about Operator Li Feng's spear fighting skills after a friendly spar. The instructor, notorious for strictness, lavished extremely rare praise in Operator Li Feng's multi-dimensional assessment report. Things like lance strikes way faster than average, hits with just the right force, a warrior of rare quality, and I really want to know where he learned how to fight. Li Feng was extremely surprised by these commendations and said that he was but a little boy playing with sticks when compared to his master, Da Pan. Da Pan? Da Pan trained him? After becoming the target of endless questioning and all sorts of bribes, Da Pan finally agreed to reveal certain secrets. The Ursus confessed that he was not good with children, but Zhang Fengyi gave him the important task of training Li Feng. Finding himself stuck with an energetic and inquisitive kid who followed him everywhere, Da Pan found a solution. He purchased over 600 videotapes of folk festivals and plays from a Hangshan antique store and allowed Li Feng to watch TV all day. He did not expect the kid to become engrossed with what he saw and took it all in. One day, Li Feng grabbed a cloth drying pole to fool around with. It was at that moment when Da Pan realized the boy's potential. Let's just keep it down, Da Pan waved his meaty paw around. The kid barely scratched the surface of the martial arts. Sure, his attacks look great and the flourishes are pretty, but true combat's got nothing to do with that. So what is true combat all about? It's all about knowing. True combat is about defeating the opponent, not the spear. A spear wielder studies spear manuals. A true fighter studies the foe. So that's really deep, Mr. Dupont. How exactly do we study that? Well, it boils down to personality. Just you watch. He's just a kid, but Li Feng has the patience of it. Patience for it, and he's a meticulous one too. Enfield Industries intranet form records 1 anonymous user. A bunch of numbers I don't feel like reading. 2315. Topic. Anyone know where to get a new toothbrush? Reply. A minute later. Everything's in the dorm bathrooms. Might be in the drawers. Reply from the original poster. Yeah, I should have clarified my question. I got enough for myself, but I need another to brush the fuzzball plants at the growth chamber. I think they like how it feels. Form record number 2. Help, I can't sleep, but gotta train tomorrow morning. Original post. Everyone's running around Talos 2 all day and carrying out all sorts of missions. How do you deal with the drop lags? I'm so impressed. Maybe it's a problem with the bed. I just can't fall asleep on pillows that smell too fresh. Reply. Energetic, aren't we? You are the one who can't stop mumbling behind my back all morning. Reply from OP. Oh man, that's actually possible. I'm so sorry. I hope I didn't bother you. Reply. Great chain over the river. Embrace the moon. The lotus question the heavens. Sounds really exhausting. Good job. Reply from another user. Woo, just got back from the mission, and this is the first post I saw. Dude, you gotta voice your moves in combat. Goes without saying. True. Form record 3. Different poster. My friend lost a body part in an accident. I don't really know how to comfort her. Can anyone help? She keeps telling me she's alright, but everyone's really worried. Losing a body part is definitely not alright. But how should we approach it without making her sad? Reply. Speaking from experience, if people around me act as though everything is fine, I would know they're trying to keep their views to themselves, and that would make me feel sad. But if people really focused on it and do what they can to help me, I would also feel sad since I'd keep focusing on my missing part. So I guess this is a really tough situation to handle. The most important thing should be the fact that you and your friend care for each other. Just be honest with your feelings. Record 4. From a different poster. These are 3 versions of Martial Codex. There are 3 versions of Martial Codex in circulation, and certain parts contradict each other. Which one is closer to the OG? And most importantly, none of the 3 versions have the official HAS seal of approval, and the differences are humongous. Oh my gosh. Reply. I happen to have personal experience in the practice and field use of the spear. Here are my 2 cents. All 3 versions published by the GCCC, I put an extra C there, are fake and contain plenty of ridiculous and misleading errors. Every version of the Martial Codex includes records of Yeni spearmancy, such as Spear of Empyrean Return and Pear Blossom Spear of Wuling. But one of the versions made a super exaggerated claim that ancient Tiansha would flick the sun and moon with their spears. They even furnished this section with great warriors of questionable authenticity flying all over the place. For details, refer to the Rankwood movie industry during the Age of Terra. Plenty of their stuff is based on false fantasies. The Martial Codex we have in the EFDB, Enfield database, might be dry and boring read, but it contains detailed records and identities of the practitioners and masters of various spearmancy schools. The Codex even has commentaries and suggestions written by the practitioners themselves. The Codex has detailed descriptions of everything from folk martial arts to Imperial Guards of Yin, Silverlance Pegasi of Kaiji Mersh, wielders of Victorian pile-driver spears, and even Kazdelian mercenaries. The author is truly admirable for being able to secure such a huge range of resources while giving off the vibe of being on equal standing of numerous legends. The commentaries were also written in a concise yet vivid style. It takes great conviction to achieve this. Hence, I truly believe that the Martial Codex in the database is the original from the Age of Terra. The others that we can easily buy are just crude and exaggerated copies, a true shame if you ask me. Reply: no way, I think I ran into a true master. Maybe we should meet offline. Reply: oh yeah, maybe some other time. I'm just a small-time fan and got a bit carried away mashing out the last answer. Don't mean to offend. Really sorry about that. That was just file 2. File 3. Li Feng's neighbors in Wuling reacted differently when he received an internship opportunity at Enfield. Some generally felt happy for him, especially the elderly who saw him grow up. They all agreed that it was time for the youth to head out there and see the bigger world. The youths of Wuling are the best and most virtuous, Li Feng especially. Lad is always thinking about others. When Granny Bai forgets about her meds, Li Feng is the first person she calls. The boy trains in the wee hours of the morning. He'll also carry all the trash bags from the neighborhood to the dump. That's what I call looking out for your neighbors. A few felt sad, such as Li Feng's childhood companions. They treated him as the chieftain of the group. Now that Chieftain Li Feng found a serious job, the group was left without a leader. Li Feng comforted them by revealing he would be interning at Enfield Industries, a company that works closely with Wuling. He could simply ask the administrator for a leave to visit Wuling again. Despite his efforts, everyone got pretty anxious on the day of departure. The regular safety drill was also scheduled on that day. Captain Mi Fu came to the neighborhood and listened to the children talk about this. She interrupted them brusquely. Nonsense, he'll be back. Won't be going nowhere because this is where his heart is. Really? Li Feng never told us he was leaving Wuling. I thought he likes this place a lot. Yeah, Captain Mi. I thought he always wanted to join the Watch Guards. Li Feng is just going to learn some skills at Enfield, right? He'll be back. But this is a nice place. Why would he leave? Mi Fu removed the baba breadstick from her mouth. People know that this was her cue for dropping some serious truth balls. Li Feng has a habit of getting himself in trouble. He's not the idle type. Getting himself in trouble, what does that mean? Leaving is troublesome, right? I don't understand, Captain Mi. How should I put this? Mi Fu combed her hair with her fingers. It's like wearing shoes. Old shoes are cushy and fitting. New shoes are another thing. Tight and loose at all the wrong places might even leave you bleeding. Of course, Captain Mi, so why do we swap to new shoes? Oh, I know, our feet got bigger. But everyone's feet get bigger when they get older, right? Stupid kids, you get new shoes to travel to other places. Yeah, Captain Mi is so loud and mean. Just remember, people have to better themselves. Before coming back, you should feel happy for him. The decision to visit a brand new place came suddenly to Li Feng. When the blight tide surged forth, Li Feng realized his proud spear was as fragile as a rolled paper. He witnessed the massive protocol automation core breaking through the clouds and landing right in front of him, and in an instant it deployed all sorts of machines before him. Li Feng realized how small he was. And smallness meant that he could not protect everything. He then realized that he was getting older. He also thought he could protect everyone by simply staying put. I felt as though someone scooped him out from a pond and cast him into the sea. Then he remembered that he had never seen the oceans before. There are no beaches at Wuling. And thus he desired to look at the oceans, the Empyrean, and the world itself. These would transform him into a person of true strength. When that day comes, he shall return to his beloved Wuling and continue his march forward. Best thing, speaking of Mi Fu, man, I can't wait until she's released just so that people will stop calling her Sarkaz. And it confirms that she's definitely a killing. There's no way she's a sarcasm. And I will eat my hat if that is true. She's definitely a killing. An old notebook. The poor handwriting on the cover page was penned quite a few years ago. Uncle Pon said the spear is the king of all weapons. A spear expert will quickly learn everything else. 1 month to master the staff, 1 year to master the blade, and 1 lifetime to master the spear. And propriety is harder than spearmancy. It's all about agility, dexterity, flexibility, speed, haste, and being razor sharp. Must remember this. This line is furnished with double underlines. Never slack when holding a spear. The point shall be right before the chest to convey power and might without fury. Never direct the point to yourself, but only at the enemy. Never thrust a foe that enters the circle, but only block. Thrust a foe attempting a stab. Stance of the Azure Dragon's Claw, capable of parrying various moves with just the right strength. Counter thrust when the enemy strikes with a spear. Steady one's footing to keep the enemy pinned. Feint. The word is given a double underline. Gotta put more time in this. Fall backwards to feint the feet. Wait for the foe to thrust. Leap back on the feet and seize the foe's weapon. Scribbled comments. Take a step backward is to make a good advance. This is so difficult. Must get the basics down. 100 rounds for the lance and spear. Each Mei Huang and Liu Chuan routines must be done daily. Skip 3 days of training and your body will notice. Skip 7 days and your foe will exploit it. Must remember this. Things posted on the dorm wall. Semi-finalist 5th Enfield Office Hand Game Competition. Best partner of the Intern Division 24th Commendable Enfielders Evaluations. First runner-up Hongshan Punch-Up Martial Arts Contest. Enfield Industries, number of contestants 2. Member of Excellence, 2nd Wielding Watchguard Reservist Summer Training Camp. To date, only 3 trainees have received this reward. Random records in a notebook. Not sure if I can cool my arm in the fridge. Gets a little hot when I use it too much. Should try asking that senior employee in the logistics department. Never saw people from that many places across the world. Very impressive. Hope they won't complain about my accent. Could be a little too heavy. Canteen food is so good when Uncle Pan is around. Just ran into Antal. Told me he's using the molasses I brought from home as shoe polish. Well, it's alright, I guess. We're buddies. Operator Avawin is an expert spear user as well. I gotta ask her for a few tips. Never saw a spear of that style. Woot. Note, don't piss her off. It told me that the Endmen will be talking to me tomorrow and I should try to relax and not look so nervous. Bye, Talos. I'm so nervous right now. I gotta think about my recent performance. Please, please, please let me pass. I really want to work at Enfield. Awesome, I passed. Okay, gotta keep up my composure for my formal employee photo. No stupid grins, hands in pockets. Really want to do some spear stances. Anyway, Mifeng, you're an actual operator now. Don't be a deadweight.
Were you speaking to me, Administrator? My apologies. I've never really followed the standard reporting procedure before. Oh, you just want to talk? Then feel free to ask anything. I'll gladly give you all the details. Enmin, I've been training in martial arts with Uncle Pan since I was a kid. Once, when our family compound caught fire, I threw 2 kids over my right shoulder, 1 more over my left, and rushed them to safety. Ooh, by the way, did you see the test data from last week? The medical division says my toothpick arms aren't an issue, and my punches hit just as hard as anyone's. So if you need someone to take down enemies, I'm your guy.
His toothpick arms?
When I applied to join Endfield, I brought a few letters of recommendation. I trust you've read them all, haven't you? I begged Captain Mi, Tianchi Zhuang, and Uncle Pan so much, they preferred I stay closer to home. But I'm determined to learn through experience, which is why I have to make the most of this opportunity. And Min, please give me something major. Oh, engine room cleaning? Got it. I'll make every gear shine. An invite straight from the Endman? In that case, I'll do everything I can to help the operations team. I've already put together 5 contingency plans after hearing your briefing last night. So, where do I sign? Wait, no signature needed? Alrighty, here I come. From here on, I'll be your right-hand man. You probably think I'm joking, don't you? Haha, it's okay. I might not look the part now, but I'll grow into it. One day, I'll be capable enough to take on the toughest missions. So look forward to it. Okay, Enmin? Wanna arm wrestle with me? I can do this all day long. Enmin, I know a little trick for sending flowers. When you send a bouquet, keep one flower. When it wilts, you know it's time to send a new bunch. I actually thought of it myself. It's how I make sure my parents' tombs always have fresh flowers.
That's pretty smart, actually.
Everyone at Enfield seems a little shy. Like, when I was practicing Hongshan boxing the other morning, I saw some curious operators watching from a distance. They tried to mimic my moves, copying how I relax my shoulders and channel my force. But the moment I turned around, they'd scattered. The group has gotten even bigger lately. I still haven't tasked any of their names. I was just a little boy when I lost this arm, and at the time, the pain didn't quite register with me. It was spring when I entered the hospital, and spring again when I left. And I realized that some things, once lost, never return. I've come a long way from home, Enmin. I really wonder how everyone's doing back there. I still remember the little things. Granny Bai heading out for her back massage, Captain Leo changing his leg dressing when it rained, Auntie Lee buying soy sauce for her braised pork on Wednesdays, Xiaoran always forgetting her gloves during sampling, and Aunt Dai borrowing money from me at the start of every month for his little business. I'll make sure to check in on them the next chance I get. When Tianchi Zhuang's too swamped, Uncle Pan helps me with my prosthetic. He's actually a whiz with machines. He knows everything from engineering to fine-tuning gear. I've always wondered why he chose to retire. Psst, Enmin, wanna hear a little secret? I've seen photos of him back in the day, rocking a 5-wheeler, leather jacket, shades, and a wild afro. I heard he was unstoppable at HAS. Folks said he could chop his way from the band to the frontier with a Yanese cleaver. Shocking, right? When I was a kid, I used to do my homework in Tianchi Zhuang's lab. She'd fine-tune my prosthetic when she had a moment, then quickly fall asleep mid-fix. Most of the time, I was the one tidying her place. She was way too busy for chores. But hey, that's fair. The future of all Wu Ling's riding on her shoulders.
Did she make his prosthetic? She personally attended to that? Huh.
Captain Mi doesn't like us saying it, but she's actually a really nice person. Every time she saw me, she'd slip me a few coins and ask me to grab a skewer of Tangyo Baba from Auntie Tian's stall. It's a sweet treat made from sugar-glazed rice balls. When I brought it back, she'd slide them off the skewer and let me enjoy all the sticky goodness for myself. She'd just nibble on the bamboo stick with a contented smile. We Wuling kids grew up fighting these buggerloids just to survive. Back when the Tianshi pillars were still going up, Even getting near unknown water was a risk. The adults used to scare us. Touch the Angeloi, and they'll crawl out of your drain or between your floor tiles. Sounded like a ghost story, but that was life. Honestly, I didn't even know there were other kinds of Angeloi till I joined Enfield.
Topic of NASA, here we go.
Mom and Dad used to say our ancestors weren't city folks. Before they crossed the cosmic gate to Talos 2, they roamed the dry plains outside the nomadic city of Yen. Sky for a blanket, earth for a bed, living with the land's rise and fall. I didn't get it then, but I do now. Mom and Dad weren't just telling me a story. They were preparing me. Even when their Astitva left this world, they'd return in another form. That's why I stopped missing them a long time ago.
That didn't tell me anything.
The Wuling you see today hasn't been around for long. It's about the same age as my prosthetic arm. Pretty incredible, right? In such a short time, it's grown into one of the finest places on Talos 2. Still, no matter how much it's changed, I know where every brick belongs in the city. If I close my eyes now, I can still smell the damp air of those rain-soaked streets on a drizzly day. Funny thing, I've never actually been to HAS HQ. That's where Mom, Dad, Tian Shizhuang, and Uncle Pan all worked. I just never had a reason to go. I mean, I don't know anyone there, and from what I've heard, it's full of sharp minds and short tempers. I guess I've always worried they wouldn't take me seriously.
Probably not. Honestly, didn't get much from him. Learned his parents are dead, I guess. And he trained under Dupont. And is also pretty close to Zhang Fenyi as well. But that's everything. We are caught up. Now I just gotta build trust maybe a bit faster than I have been. Maybe just a smidge. Maybe a smidge faster. But tomorrow is Arknights retracing our steps. A big one. It's a big one. Pretty excited for it. And that'll probably take the rest of the week. So until then, thank you all for watching. And may the sands of time treat you well.